morning and, oh crikey, that's low, and welcome to this council meeting. For the benefit of those who are vulnerable or otherwise anxious about becoming ill, we ask that you respect their decision to continue wearing a face mask should they choose. If you are wearing a mask, and I can't see anybody is, but if you choose to, then please remove it while speaking. As ever, don't hold the microphone by the stem, because apparently they come off and they're very expensive to repair. For the benefit of those watching the live stream, please use your microphone every time you speak, including when participating in a recorded vote. Otherwise, your voice will not be heard. You may find it easier to be seated whilst using your microphone. I do propose to take a 20-minute break at approximately 12:30 to allow those of you that wish to take some refreshments or use the facilities. Obviously that may change a little bit depending on where we are on a particular item being debated. You will note shortly in the agenda we will be asked to change to the way local member questions have been dealt with. This has been done in discussion between the group leaders, and they've all confirmed that they're happy with the changes as proposed. It's therefore ahead of the formal approval of that item. It's the cart before the horse, and then we'll put the horse back in front of the cart. But it's intended to take member questions directly after public questions and for members to read out their questions in full. We will move on to apologies, but before that, as we've already heard the cacophony of bings and bongs, can you please switch off your mobile phones and mute your computers? And if you're not sure how to, get the person sat next to you to help. It is very irritating and it's very off-putting for speakers as they debate things. So that would be much appreciated. I'm sure there'll be several more in the next few minutes, but I have asked and I've asked politely. So we're going to item 1, which is apologies. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to read the apologies for absence.
Apologies have been received from the following councillors: Julia Buckley, Steve Charnley, Nigel Harting, Heather Kidd, David Minery, Alex Wagner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously some of those apologies, or one of them in particular, is due to re-election to the principal government body, but for all of the candidates and all of the MPs elected in Shropshire, congratulations. Move on to item 2, which is disclosable pecuniary interests. I can't see any hands. So we'll move on to item 3, which is the minutes. I'm going to move the minutes of the previous council meeting, which was held on the 9th, which was held on the 9th of May 2024, as circulated with the agenda papers, be signed as a correct record.
I second that minutes.
Thank you, Brian. Everybody happy with those? I can see one, oh right, there was one hand that went up, but that was, I think, probably the one vote. I'm not going to vote on it unless somebody puts a hand up and, no. Okay, well, I'll take that as unanimous. Are there any, I will ask if there are any abstentions actually in case somebody wasn't here so it can be noted. No, okay, I'll take that as unanimous then, thank you. Councillors. So, item 4 are announcements to take communications that the Chair and the Vice Chair of Head of Paid Service may have desired to lay before the Council. You have been circulated with a list of both mine and the Vice Chair's list of engagements, a bit short, but I think we'll all understand because of Purda there was a lot of things that it wasn't really appropriate to do. I've already congratulated those who, well, sorry, no, I'd also like to congratulate those that have been awarded honours on the 2024 birthday honours list, and I confirm that I've written to them on behalf of the Council to express those congratulations. And I've already congratulated the members who were recently elected in the general election. Is somebody's computer having a bit of a meltdown over there, or is it unmuted itself by accident? Are you looking at me, sir? No, I'm just looking at, I can hear it that side. No, All right. Well, if perhaps Kevin could help you. All right. Good. I'm sure somebody will help you with your problem computer. So, we will move on to item 5, which is public questions, and in accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we will now deal with the questions from the members of the public in accordance with the revised procedure rules. The Assistant Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to those questions. We do have 4 public questions, and the first one is from Mr. Shawnee Connor, or Mrs. Shawnee Connor, or Miss Shawnee Connor. Is that person here? No.
Their question is this. Given the current financial situation of Shropshire Council, can I ask whether any plans exist to further develop the swimming and leisure facilities in Market Drayton?
And I believe that the response is going to be given by Councillor Robert Macy.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Macy is unfortunately delayed in traffic. Is it okay if I answer the question?
So long as you have the answer, then that will be fine.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your question. There are no specific plans for the further development of these facilities at this stage. However, this is currently under review. The Swimming and Fitness Centre at Market Drayton is one of the facilities managed by Shropshire Community Leisure Trust as part of the Council's main leisure services operating contract. That contract ends in July 2027. In preparation for re-tendering the contract, a study is underway to assess the investment needs and development opportunities at all Shropshire Council-owned leisure centres. The study will include an assessment of latent demand to analyse current and future needs at each facility, as well as a review of the existing provision. This will allow us to identify and prioritise areas for potential capital investment. The research will be completed by the end of October 2024. Should the study find potential for further improvements at facilities, a business case will be developed. For any scheme to progress, the proposals would need to be financially sustainable, generating sufficient income to justify the expenditure. But it is worth noting that demand for our services at Market Drayton Swimming and Fitness Centre is strong. In the financial year 23-24, visitor numbers rose by 22.7% on the previous 12 months, showing a strong recovery from the pandemic. In addition to plans for the Market Drayton Swimming and Fitness Centre, a separate feasibility study is being undertaken to examine the priorities for investment at Greenfield Sports Ground in Market Drayton. The outcome of this study will be a range of fully costed options for facility improvements, as well as a draft overall master plan for development and delivery with a range of local partners who provide sporting opportunities to the community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And the next question is from Jamie Russell, which I believe, Tim, you are going to read.
Thank you. The Shrewsbury North West Relief Road is projected to cost around £200 million. At present, the DFT has only committed to a grant of £80 million for the road's costs, as per the Department's response to Highways magazine. Does the Council have any written confirmation that the DFT will contribute more than £80 million to the project? If yes, what is the maximum the DFT has agreed to spend? How much does the Council currently expect the North West Relief Road to cost? If the DFT contribution is capped at £80 million and the North West Relief Road is due to cost more than this, will the Council be able to proceed with the road without bankrupting itself? Please explain how.
Thank you. And the response will come from the portfolio holder for Highways, Councillor Dan Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, for your question. The Council has written confirmation of the DFT's funding allocation of £54.4 million based on its earlier outlined business case submission. The Council also has confirmation from the former Marches LEP of its allocation of £4.2 million to the Oxham Link Road section. No further confirmation of additional funding from the DFT is now expected before the submission of the full business case in autumn 2024. The total cost of the scheme will be dependent on the outcome of the current open market tender for a main contractor. Upon completion of the tender process, full scheme costs will be collated from the construction costs and other required activities such as design, planning application submission, etc. And a comprehensive scheme cost published as part of the FBC in autumn 2024. The Council will lay out its approach to match funding the scheme as part of the full business case in autumn 24. The Council remains confident that it has the required capital funds to meet the cost requirements of the scheme, and the preferred approach to the allocation of these will also be captured in the final business case.
Thank you. So we will move on to the next question, which again Tim will be reading, and is from Graham Betts. Tim.
Thanks. Parking and speeding are issues of community concern on the Darwin's Walk and connected Bowbrook Meadows developments in Shrewsbury. West Mercia Police have commented they are unable to police the situation because of the road design. Unlawful parking in contravention of the 1988 Road Traffic Act, Section 21, brackets parking on cycle paths, is a repetitive problem. When some residents highlighted unlawful parking on the cycle paths, the offenders stated they did not know it was a cycle path because it is not correctly signed and marked. Can the Council explain? There's 4 questions. Number 1, why there are no traffic, pedestrian, cycling or school signs posted on Darwin's Walk and Bowbrook Meadows other than the single and nearly obliterated pavement cycle sign. 2, why the cycle path on the developments is not signed in accordance with Department of Transport Guidance LTN 120 or its predecessor. 3, why none of the designated £777,250 raised from Section 106 and SIL payments has been used to sign the development roads. This compares poorly with the adjacent Bank Farm Road, which is the same route to school and has 149 signs and markings. And 4, why the design of the roads prevents West Mercia Police from applying the law.
Thank you, and that is going to be answered by the portfolio holder for Planning and Regulatory Services, Councillor Chris Schofield.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank Mr Betts for his questions. Shropshire Council, as the Highway Authority, are aware of the concerns raised by local stakeholders with regard to parking and speeding on the Bowbrook development, Shrewsbury. The current status of the majority of the roads, footways and street lighting within development is that they are privately owned and maintained, i.e. not adopted by the Council. On this basis, the cycle paths, whilst intended for cycle use, do not have the status as a formal cycle path. In response to the specific questions, point 1, the road marking and signing were designed in accordance with the traffic regulations and general directions 2002. These regulations were subsequently superseded by traffic signs regulations 2016, section 1111.3 of chapter 3. Traffic Signs Manual 2019 states repeater signs may be placed along the route in order to remind both pedestrians and cyclists that pedal cyclists can be legally ridden on the footway or footpath. Due to the current status of the route and the guidance, it is not a requirement to provide repeater signs. However, we are aware of the concerns raised by residents with regard to the lack of repeaters along the route and the conflict that has occurred on occasion between road users. We are therefore looking into the matter and will liaise with the developers prior to adoption. On point 2, as stated in responses to question 1, the road marking and signing were designed in accordance with the traffic signs regulations and general directions 2002, which was the relevant document at the time. On point 3, the majority of roads within the development are not currently under the control of Shropshire Council. It is therefore not appropriate to use SIL payments towards signing the development. Section 106 contributions are intended to mitigate the impact of the proposed developments on the surrounding highway network. It would therefore not be appropriate to use Section 106 contributions for this purpose. With regard to Bank Farm Road, it should be noted that the cycle footway is segregated and therefore is supported by the relevant road marking and signing. And on point 4, this is a matter for West Mercia Police, not Shropshire Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the final public question is from Frank Oldacre, and once again, Tim Collard will read it. Tim.
Thank you. Regarding the open market tendering exercise for the North West Relief Road being carried out to feed into the cost estimate to be included in the final business case, can the following please be clarified? 1. If the project goes ahead, will these tenders be open for acceptance, or will there be a chance for contractors to revise their offers? 2. Does the form of contract allow for extra costs, for example, for repeated flooding of the works to be met by the council? 3. How are costs for undecided requirements, such as those still to be agreed with the Environment Agency and Severn Trent to protect the water sources at Shelton, being allowed for in the estimate?
Thank you. Councillor Dan Morris, as the portfolio holder for highways. Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Oldacre. All tenderers have been advised of the current forward programme for the North West Relief Road project and are required to confirm their ability to mobilise in order to meet the programme requirements as part of their submission. All submitted tenders will be expected to be priced on this basis. The contractual terms will apportion such risks and their costs either to both parties or to the council or the contractor as is most appropriate. This will be a key element of the evaluation process to be undertaken in due course and will give greater cost certainty to the council on award of any future contract. The tender process has made full reference to the draft planning conditions agreed at the Northern Planning Committee in February 24. As these effectively define the scope of the works required in order to meet the requirements of the EA and Severn Trent Water in some detail, tenderers will be able to anticipate their involvement and therefore costs in discharging such conditions when required by them as part of their submission.
Thank you. We have also received a petition of over 1,000 signatures from a Joey McAleese requesting a debate under the Council's petition scheme. The petition requests that the Council honour their commitment to preserve English Bridge workshops as a vital resource through a community asset transfer. So.
Good morning. I'm Jancis Vaughan and I'm accompanied by James Smith and Jerry McAleese. We are the directors of Makespace Arts and Wellbeing Community Interest Company, or CIC. We've brought this petition to you because we would like your commitment to preserving the vital resource that is English Bridge Workshop through a community asset transfer. We are pleased that as a result of our recent campaign, we've been able to reopen negotiations over the requirements for such a lease, negotiations that were summarily halted by Shropshire Council last March. The main reason cited was the consideration of council assets with regard to council financial difficulty, a situation that in theory at least threatens sale of the building. Since last September, Makespace CIC has been transforming English Bridge Workshop into a thriving cultural hub in the centre of Shrewsbury that serves as a dynamic and accessible space for local artists and the wider community. This inclusive environment is fostering creativity, supporting artistic development, and providing opportunities for community involvement. By nurturing a vibrant local arts community and enhancing the cultural offerings of both the town and the county, Makespace CIC aims to enrich the lives of residents and visitors, promoting a deeper appreciation for the arts and contributing to the socio-economic growth of the area. By establishing a flexible and accessible space for arts in the heart of the town, we are facilitating regular workshops, classes and events that increase participation in arts education, develop robust networks among artists, and improve the visibility of local art. This will result in heightened community engagement and skill development in the short term. In the longer term, it will cultivate a flourishing local arts community, enhance the cultural fabric of Shrewsbury and its surroundings, and drive socio-economic growth by attracting more visitors and fostering a more prosperous cultural environment. To quote the 1965 white paper by pioneering arts minister Jenny Lee, "In any civilised community, the arts must occupy a central place. Their enjoyment should not be regarded as something remote from everyday life." English Bridge Workshop is central to the arts quarter of the Shrewsbury Big Town Plan, and Makespace CIC is a significant member of vibrant Shropshire. We have the drive and the ability to find capital funding for the very necessary renovation of the building, but our commitment to the local grassroots arts community will be seriously hampered by the rent requirements of a commercial lease, such as is on the table at the moment. As for a potential sale of the building, we believe a community asset transfer lease offers the best security for the future of an arts incubator provision in a building with a long history of housing the arts. We appeal to you to make the best decision for the future of English Bridge Workshop and the arts in Shrewsbury and Shropshire, which is the granting of a community asset transfer lease. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we will now move into the debate on this. The debate is scheduled to take no longer than 15 minutes, and I have had Kate Halliday indicate.
Yeah.
Kate?
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in support of this petition. The English Bridge Workshop is within my ward. It's well over 100 years old. It's a former school. It's been at the heart of the community for many decades. It's got 2 floors and a real village hall feel to it. And many people here will probably have attended in the past concerts and events in this building. It's got a long tradition of holding music, art, community classes, yoga classes, so it's been a very established building. So Makespace took over the lease of the building last September. They needed a new home as their studios, earmarked for demolition as part of the Smithfield regeneration plans. From the beginning, the idea of the community asset transfer was included as part of the incentives, and they've really kind of leapt to that challenge. The building does need a lot of work. It's pretty run down, and like so many other services, the pandemic had a pretty bad effect on activity in the building. But Makespace have really transformed things. There's a buzzing activity in this building now. You can barely get into the door with people coming in and out. They've got a really good long-term vision for this building, both in terms of the material of the building and also what they can achieve with artistic and local community. I think that I feel really confident that the 3 people sitting behind me and the many people who are supporting them can generate a significant interest in this building. I'm confident they'll be able to secure funding, not from Shropshire Council, but from different organisations in order to renovate it and run projects from it. But without the prospect of a secure tenure, it's going to be either extremely difficult or actually probably impossible to access these grants. As the petitioner said, the council recently paused the process while it's considering its financial situation. I do appreciate it's difficult at the moment. Following a well-attended public meeting in May, which I'm very grateful to portfolio holder Councillor Carroll for attending, negotiations have reopened and a meeting was held last month, which I attended, to discuss the possibility of progressing things. However, there are still concerns about the next steps, given the difficult financial situation, and there's still not a certainty that building won't be sold. So I'm asking the council to support this petition. At a time when non-essential services are facing cuts, we have a project with energetic individuals attracting non-council funding, which will meet the key aims of the Shropshire Plan: healthy people, healthy environment, healthy economy. Currently the hall's used by mental health services to support people there. There's all sorts of really exciting plans in terms of the building itself. There's an eco architect who's involved in this, who would make sure that the building was very good in terms of our carbon footprint. And I've just been flooded with calls from people who say, if this closes, I'll stop going out because it's the only place I go to each week. So I think it does fulfil the Shropshire plan, and allowing the group to progress with their application will do what we need to do, but they'll do it for us and they'll attract external funding and they've got the energy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. I'd like to support the aims of this petition and echo many of the points made by Councillor Halliday. I want to draw people's attention really to the nature of these sorts of spaces. I think that, you know, if you look at towns and cities and neighbourhoods really around the world, these sort of slightly fringe, slightly rough and ready art spaces are an absolutely vital part of a mixed culture. They're what makes sort of areas interesting and vital for many people in the community. And you know, I just think that as we move ahead to a different shaped Shropshire Council, if we shave off all those sorts of spaces and places which allow interesting, exciting, edgy things to happen, it would be a huge loss for the culture of the county. And you know, if we're looking for a county which goes forward, which can retain young people, which can retain, you know, people with a bit of vitality and energy in the arts and culture section, then to lose these sorts of facilities would be a huge loss. So I think we have to find a way to do it. I also think that, you know, that we're risking going through a whole salami slicing exercise of services in Shrewsbury, speaking as a Shrewsbury Town Councillor as well as a Shropshire Councillor, and I think that there really ought to be a proper sit down and discussion about all these sorts of facilities, you know, with those people who have an interest with the Town Council, so that we can go forward to protecting as much of this as possible. We did say previously that we thought there needed to be a proper asset transfer strategy, which wasn't just about selling stuff, but unfortunately Councillor Carroll told us that it's all about the money, but we do have to find a way to as assets are being removed from Shropshire Council, we do have to find ways to protect them and to move them into community hands rather than just losing them forever as facilities for the people of Shropshire.
Thank you. Councillor David Vasma.
Thank you. I just want to support the comments made by Councillors Dean and Halliday. This is a vital space. I think the way we treat the arts and the way we support the arts defines our community, defines who we are, and I think that to lose this space would be a disaster for Shrewsbury and for Shropshire as well. And I do hope that when, obviously the council is under dire financial pressure, but we do, if we lose places like this as a result, then I think we'll be all the much poorer in the long term. So I very much support this petition. I hope ways can be found so that they can go forward and make the sort of applications and make applications for grants, which would enable bring money into the town without kind of exacerbating the problems that we have here in Shropshire. So I very much support this petition. I hope all councillors will do.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans. Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. I support everything all the speakers at present have said. I have or did visit this workshop several times in years past when the sad or now missing Councillor Mansell Williams represented the area. He spent a long time working there. I think it's important that we keep spaces where the community can work together. Whilst we remain in our masters in our own house, it's important that we signal to the communities we want to support them, we will support them, regardless of the precariousness of our finances. So yes, I would hope that it can be looked at and do as the petitioner and the previous speakers have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking at, right, Andrew Sherrington, Councillor Sherrington.
After a history working in finance, I would urge people to think about the idea of an opportunity cost. That is, what does it cost you from where you are now to take a particular route? In terms of cash out of the council, Asset transfers are simply a movement off the balance sheet. They don't actually involve you shedding cash. You shed the asset and the opportunity to actually sell it, but this site doesn't appear to be prime retail property. Also, in this opportunity, it therefore means that the site can gain grants and continue to operate, providing a vital service to the community at the heart of Shrewsbury that, again, costs the council little or nothing. So you can stop this, or for very little outlay to the council, effectively something you wouldn't even notice, you can allow it to progress and flourish. And it seems to me, therefore, that the logical thing to do is the second of those two options, and let the organisation provide a vital service for the people of Shrewsbury.
Thank you. Okay, I have nobody else that has indicated, so I'm going to go to the portfolio of Councillor Dean Carroll. Dean.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to thank Make Space for not only bringing the petition forward, but also for engaging with us positively since the campaign kicked off a few months ago. And thank you for hosting the public meeting that I attended a couple of months ago about this very subject. Now, what's been said by members across the chamber, whilst I don't disagree with the sentiments of, has to be put into the context of a very strict and tightly framed policy on community asset transfers. Now, community asset transfer policy dictates that for it to be a community asset, majority of the building has to be used for community purposes, i.e. for community, charitable, not-for-profit purposes. Now, the crux of this issue, the nub point that we've been revolving around and hopefully we're coming to a conclusion on, is how that can be identified and evidenced in the community asset transfer application that Make Space have brought forward. And that's why now that we've been able to reopen negotiations, and we've held an initial meeting already to try and help give a steer to Make Space in amending the community asset transfer application to give it the best possible chance of aligning with the community asset transfer policy. Now, why does that matter? Well, that matters for two very important reasons. We can't just make exemptions to policy or exceptions to policy because we have a sympathy for the argument made. There's firstly the principle of natural justice. The cases are decided equally. The second one is actually it puts us in a far more difficult position moving forward in defending community asset policy, community asset transfer policy in future applications for community asset transfers. Now, nobody has any question about the good intentions, the goodwill and the work of Make Space. However, we can't rule out that down the road community asset transfer applications could be received from organisations that don't quite have the same ethos as Make Space at heart. And if we make exceptions to policy for one organisation, it harms our ability to defend community assets from less community-minded transfers in the future. So, if we're to proceed with a community asset transfer, which we very much hope to do, that is why it's important that the application is helped to align with the community asset transfer policy. As I've said, we've already held an initial meeting with Make Space, and we will hold more meetings with Make Space in order to help to amend their application so that if there is any way that it can be amended to meet the requirements of the policy, it will. Mention was also made of a commercial lease on the table. Now, the intention in that direction is, if for whatever reason it's not possible for the community asset transfer application to align with the policy, we still want to put options on the table for Make Space, and that may come in the form of a commercial tenancy so that they can still retain use of the building. That's only been an indicative suggested options offer, and there would be a whole series of negotiations and to and fro before that would be firmed up into anything more substantial than options on the table. But that is also a secondary option if it proves impossible to align the application with the policy. As I committed to in the previous public meeting, we will continue with these talks as long as there is a realistic possibility of being able to come to an agreement with Makespace. This remains our preferred option for English Bridge workshops, and we will only deviate from that if all realistic options to proceed have been exhausted. The financial element is actually secondary or even tertiary to this application. The primary driver is getting the process right so that we can protect our assets for the long term. On that basis, given the options that are available to us of holding meetings, holding public meetings, and giving giving exactly what the petitioners demand, I hope you'll understand from the reasons that I've put forward in the last 5 minutes that why I'm saying now that at this moment in time we don't take any further decisions as a council, but we allow the negotiation process to run its course. Thank you.
Thank you. That was reasonably well timed, a couple of seconds over, but given that you can't actually see the clock because you're sat behind it, that's fine. Okay, could you just repeat the recommendation that you're making?
That is to take no further action for the reasons put forward in the debate.
All right. Okay. So, all those in favour of following that recommendation from the portfolio holder, please show. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Those against? Yep. Shouldn't take so long this time. 16. And are there any abstentions? 1, 2 abstentions. Okay, so that recommendation as made by the portfolio holder has won the day. Thank you very much for the eloquent way you presented your petitions. Thank you. You are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you wish, but you probably won't want to. But thank you anyway. Okay, item 6 is, as we discussed, or as I pointed out at the beginning, is the trap, which is in front of the horse, because we will be voting on this later to change this round. But as it was agreed, as I said, by all the group leaders, we decided we'd start off running today. So, 6 member questions have been received in accordance with procedural 15. Questions have been received from the following councillors: Harris, Woolcroft, Lee, Williams, Evans and Houghton. I will ask each councillor to read out their question and the appropriate portfolio holder will give the response, and then the member will be given the opportunity to ask a supplementary question. In your supplementary question, please don't ask the same question again. Let's try and ensure that it is actually supplementary. Okay, thank you. Councillor Simon Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The questions regarding the water quality in the River Severn, and I'll read it out. 2023 saw, according to data provided by the Rivers Trust, continuing overspills of sewage, partially treated or indeed untreated, into our rivers. Though disappointingly, the quality of the water sewage being released and spilt is not monitored by the water companies that are responsible for these releases and spills. In response to a motion regarding river quality, and the possible application by the Council of the Grampian Principles, supported at full council in January 22, a task and finish group was established. The group developed several practical actions defined in the recommendations as hard recommendations, aimed at using the Council's role, for example, in the planning process, to work towards an improvement in river quality and specifically a reduction in the sewage pollution that is released. Can the portfolio advise which, if any, of these recommendations have actually been actioned? Can the portfolio also advise whether, in the light of a recent successful Freedom of Information request regarding Northumberland Water, the Council will now make a Freedom of Information request requiring Severn Trent Water to advise how many releases, overspills that is, they have permitted in 2023 on days where there has been no rainfall, i.e. days when the sewage treatment plants should not have been overwhelmed. For the record, the Task and Finish group has requested this information from Severn Trent Water, but the request was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is to be a response from Councillor Ian Nellins.
Thanks for the question, Simon. I'll start by stating that the River Water Quality Task and Finish Group was a good piece of overview and scrutiny work that demonstrated how cross-political working by members can deliver robust evidence-based recommendations. We recognise that this is a topic that concerns many people, and the energy and focus of the work of the Scrutiny Task and Finish Group demonstrates this. We accepted the recommendations that were made because we did and continue to support them, and we saw how the Council could contribute to their delivery. We are now following through on the recommendations, albeit in the context of competing pressures on scarce resources. We should also recognise that the recommendations over a wide range of different portfolio holders' remits, and whilst I'm very happy to take the lead in responding to this particular question today, I'd also like to acknowledge leading roles from Councillors Dan Morris, portfolio holder for Highways, and Councillor Chris Schofield, portfolio holder for Planning and Regulatory Services, and what they play in this. The Council does have productive working relationships with Severn Trent Water, and I am pleased to be able to confirm progress in such areas as diverting rainwater and highway runoff waters from waterways in the Clun catchment. We are also working on the development of wider strategic initiatives, not just with Severn Trent Water, but with Natural England and the Environment Agency. In a big picture sense, we are shaping future strategies across the wider catchment through the River Severn Partnership and the Severn Valley Water Management Scheme. I'll also take this opportunity to congratulate the River Severn Partnership from being recognised as a leading partnership nationally, having recently won awards in both the local government and Best Public Partnership and MJ Awards for innovation and partnerships. There's particular focus on pursuing opportunities to reduce incidents of flooding, which should mean that the water treatment companies don't need to release sewage into waterways as a result of treatment works and infrastructure being overwhelmed through agricultural runoff. We all welcome the achievements of the bathing water status for locations on the River Severn in Shrewsbury and the River Team in Ludlow. This is a positive start, and we'd like to see more sites being given this status, but know that this drives increased monitoring and testing. Work is underway to progress recommendations relating to the conditions that can be applied through our planning policies locally to help to ensure that infrastructure and treatment capacity is in place before the new developments are joined to the network. We do need to complete the adoption of the local plan to release officer capacity to look at the work in more detail. We also remain committed to encouraging and enabling more frequent monitoring and testing, whether by the Environment Agency or by citizen scientists who can test for the standards required and help ensure that what is happening below the water surface is visible. I understand that the Economy and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee is planning to commit its whole meeting on the 14th of November to following up on the progress and plans to deliver of the River Water Quality Task and Finish Group recommendations, and also take account of the strategic partnership developments. I'm also looking forward to what I'm sure will be a thorough, constructive, challenging and progressive meeting on this topic, which I know is a priority for us members and the communities we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you for that. I would just add that the Task and Finish Group made its hard recommendations in November 23, and it seems that this has been kicked down to a full review at scrutiny 12 months later, which does suggest that when I look at what action has actually been taken on the hard recommendations, it would appear to be actually very little. But I do have one, I'd apologise for that, but I do have one further question, or it's actually a request that whether...
Well, you were allowed a supplementary question, so if you'd
and this
like
is
to
my supplementary
over,
question. My supplementary question is whether this council will take any action on finding out what dry day releases, and it's in the original question and not answered, will they take any action to find out what the number of dry day releases that actually happened in the last year? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that supplementary question. I will speak with officers to put forward that request to Severn Trent Water. We did ask for it before, but as you said in your initial point, we asked for freedom of information request and nothing came back. So the council can use its influence to try and get that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. So the next question is from Councillor Roy Aldcroft. Roy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is regarding the Greenfield sports pitches in Market Drayton. For over 10 years, there's been suggestions of building development at Greenfields and moving the sports facilities to a new location. This clearly hasn't happened due to the uncertainty of the future of Greenfields. There has been no investment in facilities. Greenfields is the home of Market Drayton Town Football Club, Market Drayton Rugby Club, the Tennis Club, Drayton Tigers Youth Football and Men's Sheds. And the site is now suffering from overuse, and the condition of the facilities and infrastructure is a major concern. Market Drayton has the third largest population in our authority area. It's a growing population and includes a percentage of young residents. Can the portfolio holder give an update on what plans are being developed to improve sports facilities in Market Drayton? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to the portfolio holder to provide an answer, Councillor Rob Macy.
Thank you. I'll first start with thanking the local members for the area who've been working and driving this forward. The response in regards of Councillor Aldcroft's question is Shropshire Council have confirmed that Greenfields Sports Ground won't be relocated or the site marketed for at least 10 years. Therefore, our focus is now on improving the existing facilities at Greenfields to ensure they are fit for purpose. Funding has been made available for a feasibility study and a team of consultants has been appointed to undertake this work. The outcome will be a range of fully costed options for facility improvements as well as an overall master plan. This work will take 3 months to complete, during which the consultants will speak to all the clubs and organisations that use Greenfields. Engagement activities will take place to share the findings with interested parties. Once the feasibility work is complete and a preferred option identified, the Council will support applications for external funding and the necessary planning permission. This project is wholly reliant on external funding. One source of funding we will explore is the Community Infrastructure Levy, SIL. This funding is linked to new housing development, and projects seeking SIL funding generated by houses built in Market Drayton must be considered against other priorities in the local place plan area. The emerging local plan in draft policy S11.1 includes that the relocation of Market Drayton sports facilities from its current site of Greenfields Lane to land at Longford Turning, identified on the policies map to enable the delivery of new facilities to at least equitable standard, is a central objective of the strategy. Should the relocation of the sports facilities to land at Longford Turning prove to be unviable, appropriate consideration will be given to alternative sites on land adjoining the A53 to deliver the proposed relocation. The proposal will therefore need to enable sufficient improvements to the pedestrian, cycle and vehicle accessibility into the proposed relocation site, including the construction of a public footway and cycleway along the northern edge of the site, and improved traffic management sufficient to enable access to both the residential allocation and the proposed future sports facilities on land to the north. This broad location of the proposed site at Longford Turning is identified on the policies map, but importantly this is not an allocation of that land, as the Council did not undertake a formal consideration of alternative options for this purpose. Rather, we are enabling the strategy begun by the now aborted neighbourhood plan, which identified Longford Turning as the preferred relocation site. The position in relation to the local plan is that the principle of relocation remains a strategic objective for Shropshire Council, supporting improvements to sporting provision for the town and its hinterland. This is now a longer term priority over 10 years away, and therefore the Council should seek improvements to the current provision in the short to medium term, in partnership with the Town, Council and Market Drayton Sports Association. The local plan, which runs to 2038, does not place a time frame on relocation, therefore there is no conflict with the revised time frame set out by the Council. The Council's evidence shows that the relocation to the Longford Turning site is feasible in relation to the site's scale, orientation and location. The current greenfield site is not allocated for development in the local plan. However, being sited within the development boundary is a potential opportunity for a housing windfall site in the future, subject to planning permission, should relocation take place. The local plan is not reliant upon this to meet the housing requirement for the town to 2038. The Council is currently working with the Grove School to open up their playing fields for community use to address some of the overplay issues at Greenfields. Positive conversations have been had with the school, Market Drayton Rugby Club and Market Drayton Tigers FC about using the pitches from the start of the 24-25 football and rugby season. We're also talking to the school about building an AstroTurf pitch on the school site to benefit both students and the wider community, and we have commissioned Knots Sport to undertake a feasibility study and cost this. The construction of an AstroTurf pitch will be reliant on external funding. Given the complexity of work planned in Market Drayton from a sport and physical activity perspective, we have established an active Market Drayton group to look at the health and well-being of people living in Market Drayton. This group has only recently been set up, but includes representatives from Shropshire Council, Market Drayton Town Council, Market Drayton Sports Association, Energise, the Active Partnership for Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin, and the Grove School. Additional organisations will be invited to join the group over the next few months. Thank you.
Well timed. I was just about to tell you were running out of time, and you ran out of things to say. So that worked well. Okay, Councillor Allcroft. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say a thank you to the portfolio holder. This clarifies a lot of questions which have been coming in from residents in Market Drayton. It's clear and concise. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. It was actually a spot for a supplementary question. Did you have one, or was it just... No. All right. Okay. The next question is for Councillor Christian Lee.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My question's to do with the pyrolysis plant. Shropshire Council has resolved to invest £2 million in a pyrolysis plant in order to produce biochar. Locations for the site of the plant being considered were reported as Bridgnorth, Ludlow or Shrewsbury. It was later resolved to enter into a joint venture with a third party to the tune of £500,000 so that the project could be accelerated. Can the portfolio holder please update Council on the progress with this investment? Confirm that the joint venture is on track, or are there any risks that Council should be aware of? And thirdly, confirm that the original plan for a Shropshire-based plant is still being planned for and not being forgotten about due to the joint venture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Ellens is the relevant portfolio holder. Do you have a response to that question, please?
Yes, thanks very much for the question, Christian. I'm pleased to share that substantial progress has been made on both the JV joint venture project named Biodynamic Carbon, or BDC, and the council-run biochar, known as CRB, the projects. The overarching programme board meets weekly and covers both projects, ensuring that they are kept on track and that their identified risks are carefully managed. 50% shares of BDC have been issued to Shropshire Council, and 2 council directors have been appointed to the board of biodynamic carbon. Sit alongside two directors from our partners, Carbon Hill, the other 50% shareholder. Carbon Hill is already a well-established company which has been producing biochar for use on their farm in Powys with impressive results since 2021. A great deal of work has gone into setting up the company, and the first drawdown of the loan of £245,000 has been completed. It means that BDC is now fully established and funded, and the order for the pyrolysis equipment has been confirmed and manufacturing of the equipment is underway. A further progress payment is scheduled to take place on the 22nd of July, with the final payment being made on the 2nd of September, totalling £500,000 when all the equipment is fully completed, installed, commissioned and in operation. Governance in place for the joint venture, which includes a monthly steering group, a quarterly board meeting and a half-yearly financial review. A report to Cabinet will also be provided after every quarterly board meeting. The CRB project, that's the council-run biochar project, will run in parallel with the BDC project, and the procurement process to seek and award a contract for the design, procurement, construction, commissioning, operation and maintenance of a biomass pyrolysis plant is now underway. We have already had a promising start, and initial responses indicate that there are multiple companies interested in participating in the tender process. We plan to consider these tenders applications at the beginning of October. Our preferred site for the CRB is now designated as Ludlow. This is due to difficulties in agreeing a change of use for the freeholder for the Bridgenorth site, and also the part of the site in Ludlow, which was formerly leased, has now been vacated and has become available. But to ensure that we keep in timescales, our pre-planning application was submitted in May 24 for both sites at Ludlow and Bridgenorth. It is expected that both projects can be delivered within the approved budget of £2 million. These projects provide us with an innovative and sustainable way to reduce net carbon emissions and create value from waste, while also supporting local businesses and communities. It's exciting, it's very exciting that we are the first council in the United Kingdom to do this, but it's a scalable and replicable model that can be applied to all locations and has already attracted interest from other councils in the United Kingdom and companies internationally. If the change of use in issues in Bridgenorth can be overcome in the future and the initial project is a success, a site at Bridgenorth could be considered for a future second project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't, but I'm very grateful for the very detailed response given by the portfolio holder. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to a question from Councillor Brian Williams. Brian.
Thank you, Chairman. My question concerns potholes, a matter which I think is of some interest to all members of the Council. The question is, a recent well-researched article in the Daily Telegraph detailed the following methods of repairing potholes. Firstly, a company called Roadmo makes a remote control machine that cuts circular sections out of the road surface round potholes, rather than the usual squares, whose corners can become weak points for water seepage. Secondly, Stoke-on-Trent City Council are using a JCB Pothole Pro machine, which can fix a pothole in 8 minutes at a cost of £30. Thirdly, the new FOUT, that's the name of a company, thermal road repair machine, heats up a damaged patch of the road to recycle existing macadam to ensure that it bonds better with the new patch. And the fourth method detailed was the Keeley multipatcher, which needs only one person to operate it, combines a pothole repair with small-scale surface dressing. Will the portfolio holder undertake research to examine whether any of these methods could be cost-effective on Shropshire's roads?
Thank you. Councillor Dan Morris. Dan.
Thank you, Brian, for your question. I too share an interest in potholes, as you understand. So the service is very focused on innovation and value for money interventions, with Shropshire being at the forefront of and viewed as one of the most forward-thinking rural highway agencies in the UK. The exceptionally wet weather in the winter has had an unprecedented impact on the network, with many councils across the UK reporting significant increase in number of potholes. Shropshire's innovative mixed economy delivery model for highways has shielded the county from the worst of this impact. In April 24, we repaired 3,192 potholes, which is a 29% increase on April 23, with similar resources. The number of potholes identified on inspection in April 24 was 7,577, which is a 66% increase. This highlights the challenge we have, but also the amount of work our teams are delivering to try and keep pace with the demands being placed on the service. Innovation is not difficult to find, with many companies offering new solutions to the challenges of the network. All networks present unique characteristics, and it is frequently only when the innovation is trialled locally that the shortcomings and strengths are better understood. Good journalism can provide an interesting perspective, but there is so much more to consider. In terms of the specific questions, a road mole was reviewed and did not provide a good value as our existing find and fix solution. Find and fix teams now repair over 60% of networks or defects on the network at a lower cost. The JCB Pothole Pro has been trialled in Shropshire and did not perform as well as the Multivo Multi-Hog, which is now utilised widely across the council. The JCB Pothole Pro is a very large piece of equipment which would also not be suitable for the majority of our narrow roads. The cost of £30 is also misleading. This does not include the full cost as Stoke City Council purchased equipment at a significant capital cost from the manufacturer. That is also based in Stoke-on-Trent. The average benchmark repair per defect across the county is around £75. Shropshire Council has trialled thermal road repairs on numerous occasions as the technology is developed, and Shropshire delivered a programme of work in the last financial year. The outcome of these trials remains inconclusive. Finally, D. Shropshire Council owns and operates 2 jet patchers called Roadmaster. Roadmaster is a very similar process to the Keeley multi-patcher. The service remains focused on innovation and will have representatives at the LCRIG Innovation and Learning Festival this week.
Thank you. Brian, supplementary question.
I would just wish to say that I am delighted that our highways people are always looking for new ways of reducing the cost and the effectiveness of repairing potholes on Shropshire's highways. We wish them all, I'm sure, wish them more power to their elbow. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Brian. Can I ask at the end for supplementary questions if we could stick to a question that would be useful for everybody, especially given that the next item on the agenda is to vote on whether we like the way of doing it this way round. So it may not go through now, I don't know. But anyway, Roger, Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. My question, as a result of the recent general election, a new government has been elected. We note that in recent publications, especially in Shrewsbury, a number of claims were made. These include 1. Planning permission has been given for the North West Relief Road. Can you please confirm if this is true and when it was issued, if it is? 2. A statement was made that £153 million had been secured and that a firm commitment had been made stating that the then government would pay in full the cost to build this relief road. Can you confirm if this is true, and if it is, when did Council receive notification of this commitment? Given the increased precarious state of this Council's finances, the Liberal Democrat group asks that the present Conservative administration agree to declaring a moratorium be put into effect regarding any more work and spending involved with the construction of the North West Relief Road. This to remain in place until official confirmation is received concerning what the actual commitment of our new government is towards its cost.
Thank you. Again, Councillor Dan Morris.
Thank you, Roger, for your question. A A resolution to grant planning permission has been given by the Planning Committee. This is subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement. When this is in place, the planning decision to approve the scheme will be issued. The grant of planning permission is not a guarantee or commitment that the development will go ahead. It is for the Council thereafter to decide whether it wishes to proceed with the development. The statement regarding the 153 million, this response is based on the assumption that the statement reference was made by the Office of the former Shrewsbury and Action MP. The Council can outline the current financial commitments in place as being 54.4 million through the DFT, 4.2 million through the former Marches LEP under the Growth Deal programme. As publicly stated throughout the lifetime of the project, as part of the outline business case submissions to both funders, the remaining balance of the local match funding remained an obligation for the Council itself. The level of this local match funding requirement will only be fully established following the current open market procurement process for a main contractor. The output from this process will then be part of the full scheme cost considered by the Council in autumn 24 as part of the full business case. As such, the Council cannot comment on any estimates made by a third party. In October 23, the then Secretary of State for Transport, Mark Harper, said publicly that the government would fully fund the scheme. We remain in regular contact with the DFT in order to clarify this position and have been given no reason to date to believe the government support for a potentially enhanced funding allocation over its existing contracted OBC commitment to the North West Relief Road has changed. The Council will of course be also developing alternative funding scenarios in parallel with this process as may be required to ensure that its commitment to the road can be carried through to completion.
Supplementary question, Roger, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a supplementary, but due to what the answer has just been, I would refer to our Constitution and in particular Part 4, Council Procedure Rules. In this part, there is a particular section labelled as Rule 17N, and it is labelled as motions can be moved without notice, and the following motions may be moved under it. Rule 16, which deals with motions on notice, and in particular part 16.1.
Roger, I take it there is a supplementary question in this. I know you like to use the Constitution at most meetings, but this part is for a supplementary question. So if we could...
This may mean the supplementary may not be needed if it was agreed, Chairman.
Well, yeah.
But under 17N, it says that motions can be moved at any time. Right. Can I continue, please?
Well, you can, but we did discuss this before the meeting, and I know that you were going to, that you didn't agree with what either I said to you or with what our legal expert Tim Collard said to you. So it's no good quoting the Constitution for us. If you want to propose having an emergency debate, then I'll bring Tim Collard in to tell you that it's not going to happen.
I haven't said that at present, right. Chairman. You haven't let me get that far.
Well, I was hoping you might ask a supplementary question, as this section is for a supplementary question.
I propose under 17N, which can be moved at any time, the following motion. And under 17N, I am moving this motion. Under the rules, I can. Whether you rule this motion is out of order, it's entirely up to you and the monitoring officer, but I'm in the process of utilising 17N to move a motion as allowed.
We've got that. What I'm going to do now is bring Tim Collard in to respond to that, and based on what Tim says, I will make a ruling on whether we move forward with it or not. But that is your supplementary question used up, or your supplementary statement.
That is 17N, Chairman. My supplementary question is still allowed under the Constitution as I understand it.
Tim, please do.
So, my understanding, Roger, is that you wish to address the 10-day notice period that is currently set out in the Constitution for the receipt of motions on notice. I don't know why it's 10 days. It's always been 10 days. You could, in theory, agree to amend
that 10-day period. What Rule 17N is concerned with is the immediate suspension of a particular rule. That could range right across the board. So it could include, for example, let's move to the next. Let's suspend the rule that council meetings can only last 8 hours. For example, you can make an immediate motion to suspend a rule. What you're seeking to do is suspend Rule 16.1 in its entirety. You can't pick and choose what part. You are putting forward a motion to suspend a rule in its totality, not bits of it. If you seek to amend
point of order, Chairman, I haven't moved that yet.
Roger, please. Tim didn't jump in while you were having your say. Please let Tim finish. Thank you.
What I understand you want to do, Roger, is to amend Rule 16.1 to withdraw the 10 clear days notice period. So you still want the provision of 16.1 to allow you to make to put forward the motion. You don't want the 10 days notice. Now, the Constitution provides if you're seeking to amend a rule rather than simply suspend it, 27.2, I'll read it out. It says, any motion to add, vary or revoke the council rules of procedure will, when proposed and seconded, stand adjourned without discussion to the next ordinary meeting of the council. In my opinion, you are seeking to amend the rule, not suspend it. That's my advice to the chairman.
Okay, so I'm not going to allow Roger. You may ask your supplementary question.
I didn't actually mention 10 days or even get that far, Chairman. So how the interpretation is that I was going to do that 10 days, I don't know, because that has not been made.
Do you have a supplementary question, Roger?
The supplementary question,
I'll let you have that.
I'm disappointed that you won't even allow me to put the motion. My supplementary is that I note the tender document sent out by Shropshire Council talks about costing a further £100 million. Many consider the cost will be in excess of this. Is the recent refusal to spend SIL on community projects part of the developing alternative funding scenario being adopted by this totally misguided Conservative administration?
Thank you, Roger. Portfolio holder.
I refer Roger to point 10.6 in my highways report, which discusses funding.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the final question, which is from Councillor Ruth Houghton. Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. Due to phosphate levels in the River Clun, housing development has not been possible in the catchment area of the River Clun for a number of years. This includes development in Bishop's Castle, where effluent from the sewerage works is discharged into the River Kemp, which joins the River Clun. There are now local concerns that proposals are being developed that mean effluent from the Bishop's Castle sewerage works be transferred from the River Kemp and discharged into the River Onny instead. The River Onny is a major tributary of the River Team, which has recently been awarded bathing water quality status, and is also a river used for the fishing of trout, chub and grayling. Salmon parr has also been observed in the River Onny. Does the portfolio holder agree that it would be unacceptable to discharge effluent into a river that is currently in near pristine condition? And if so, how will Shropshire Council ensure that the River Onny is protected under these circumstances?
Thank you, Ruth. Councillor Ian Nellins.
Thanks for your question, Ruth. The Council has established a strategic Clun liaison group to bring together Severn Trent Water, the Environment Agency and Natural England to coordinate discussions on line management of water quality within the Clun catchment. Through this forum, Severn Trent Water has shared plans for the water company to meet a ministerial direction to upgrade 250 or more people in the special area of conservation to technical achievable limits. The preferred option put forward by Severn Trent was for Bishop's Castle transfer. This was progressed by Severn Trent Water in the Water Industry National Environment Programme update for their 5-year business plan in November of last year for agreement with DEFRA. This was agreed by DEFRA, and we understand the proposal was planned for delivery in 26-27. However, recent meetings with the Environment Agency mean the scheme has been put back to 2030 to allow time for Severn Trent Water to work closely with the Environment Agency on potential impacts relating to flow. Whilst the Council remains fully engaged with partners through the Clun Strategic Liaison Group, the impacts of the proposal are being fully assessed by the Environment Agency, and the regulatory services and joint working between Severn Trent Water, Natural England and the Environment Agency is underway to understand the impacts and delivery requirements to protect environmental quality and meet regulatory standards. Whilst the Council is very reliant on our partners and the roles they play, we are certainly very committed to protecting and enhancing our environment. Indeed, we are leading the way in transformation work as of the River Severn Partnership. As part of the work on the River Severn Partnership, we are now developing a pilot within the Clun catchment to explore mitigation options and to assess the improvements these can be made on our water quality. We will be engaging with our partners on this work to share our learning and hopefully best practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houghton, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The copy I have in front of me from the link shared doesn't include the last few paragraphs from the portfolio holder. Needless to say, I do have a straightforward supplementary question, which is, will those town and parish councils affected by the work being undertaken by the Strategic Clun Liaison Partnership be formally consulted with on any proposals that are brought forward by the group? Thank you.
Thank you.
I can raise that with the group so that that can happen.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much, members. We will move on to item 7, which is the horse, which we'll now try and put back in front of the cart, should we choose to do so. I'm going to invite Councillor Leslie Picton, Leader and Portfolio of Policy Strategy, Improvement and Communications, to present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Leslie.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This seemed like such a good idea at the time. So I will start in the way that I was going to. This follows a request that came from a question from Councillor Rosemary Dartnell, and members of my group will be aware that I'd said a number of times I'm not really sure why members' questions are down at the end of the agenda, because I didn't think that they were being given the airing that they should be. So we had a meeting regarding this matter, and Tim Collard, our monitoring officer, felt that it would be a good idea to actually make sure that the Constitution was updated to reflect this, because we know how important the Constitution can be. So we've done this. At the same time, we've also slightly changed the dates and times for the questions for both full council and council committees to 12 noon on the 4th clear working day. So it's following the same process roughly as Cabinet. And also we took the opportunity, and this will probably be prevalent today, you may be aware that when a portfolio holder gives a report, we sometimes ask an enormous amount of questions, but we don't give the portfolio holder much time to respond to those. At the moment they only have 5 minutes to respond. This recommendation 3.3 actually now gives them double the amount of time. I have made it very clear to the portfolio holders that they don't have to take up to 10 minutes, but they have it if they need it. So I recommend items 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3. 3.1 is to move the members' questions to the beginning or closer to the top of the agenda. 3.2 is to sort out the day and dates and times for council questions. And item 3.3 is to give the portfolio holders 10 minutes, and I'm happy to propose this report.
And I believe that is going to be seconded by Gwilym Butler, is that correct? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Formally second, reserve my right.
Okay. I'm looking around the room. Gwilym, is there anything you want to say? Obviously there's nothing to respond to. Gwilym? Okay. Right. All those in favour of 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 as outlined by Leslie, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Oh, one abstention. One abstention, there you go. Almost unanimous. Okay, thank Thank you very much. We will move on to item 8, which is the Children's Improvement Board. I'm going to ask Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight, who is the portfolio holder for Children and Education, to introduce the report and move the recommendation be received and agreed. Kirsty.
Thank you, Chair. So on the 21st of March 2024, the Council approved the formal establishment of a Children's Improvement Board, known as the CIB, and its terms of reference subject to the addition of the Chair of the People Overview and Scrutiny Committee as a core attendee. Since that date, the CIB has determined that it would be appropriate to invite representatives from both West Mercia Police and NHS Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin Integrated Care Board. Members are asked to formally approve their status as core attendees and for the terms of reference to be updated accordingly. I'd just like to take this opportunity as well to thank officers, Councillors Kerr, Houghton, Parsons, Minery and recently Mullock for their contributions, and collectively the voluntary board is doing excellent work and ultimately good outcomes and better outcomes for children and young people of Shropshire. So hopefully you'll accept that this is actually a really positive step, including external partners onto this board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that is being seconded by, is it Councillor Peggy Mullock? Peggy, do you wish to speak now or are you going to reserve? Okay. So I've had Councillors Tony Parson and Duncan Kerr indicate. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we strongly support this, and it was something that was actually raised at the very first meeting of the Children's Improvement Board by Councillor Kerr, and as I say, we strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
Super. Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, obviously I strongly support the amendment, but I do think we are owed an explanation as to quite why these bodies were missed off originally. Every social worker knows that safeguarding children requires a partnership approach, the key partners being police and health. And as you've heard, when I was invited to join the board with my colleagues, I expressed concern about its limited membership when compared to other boards I'd researched across the country. I couldn't come across any board which didn't have partners on it, and indeed I couldn't come across many boards which didn't have leadership representatives on it. In January, I wrote to the chair of the board explaining why health and police should be invited, along with the relevant scrutiny chair who wasn't invited at that time, Peggy Mullock as it happens. It seemed to be an uncontroversial issue. So I was rather surprised at the response from the chair to say in January he was not convinced, didn't think it was necessary to invite police and health onto the board. I made the same points in March when we discussed it, and in March the council did agree to invite Peggy Mullock on, which wasn't on the original papers, but I'm grateful to Kirsty as portfolio holder for supporting that, and I think Peggy's made a good contribution. But the key partners were not invited on in March. So it'd be good to hear why we now, what's changed, why we now think we need key partners on, whereas in March, just a few months ago, we didn't need key partners on. I just think we need an explanation.
Thank you. Okay, Peggy, you withheld your right. Have you anything you wish to say, or do you want? All right. Right, well, I will go back then to the portfolio holder. Kirsty Hurst-Knight. Kirsty?
Thank you. Very briefly, a voluntary board that was set up. It's chaired by the Chief Executive, Andy Begley, so very much a senior chair. The issues raised initially by Ofsted were about internal issues, and that's why we developed the board and that membership at that time. And obviously this is, the work has spilled over into other areas, rightly so. We're adapting as we need to. So yeah, that was the original board membership because of that reason, Councillor Kerr. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're only noting the report. I don't think we need to vote on it. All right, we are confirming that we are happy for those to take place. So all those in favour, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 9, which is the constitution of committees and allocation of seats to political groups. From the chair, I'm going to move that the report and recommendations of the Assistant Director of Legal and Governance be received and agreed.
I second that.
Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. I note the Liberal Democrat group have been awarded an extra seat on the transformation scrutiny, and I wish to be noted now that David Minery, our latest member, be nominated to fill that seat.
Okay, good luck with that. Okay, all of those in... Brian, sorry, did you want to say anything? Or? I think it's only ready for noting, but all those in all right, all those in favour, please show. I expect this will be unanimous, so any against? Abstentions? No. Okay, thank you very much. Financial outturn. I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, the portfolio holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities, to present the report and move that the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. Before I start the report, I must advise members that there is a type error in 3.1 and 3.2. Where it states Cabinet, it should say Council is recommended. I bring forward the financial outturn for the past financial year. It was, as we all know, a very challenging year in which a reduction of spend of 42 million, 80% of our target, was achieved. This is the most this council has ever achieved in one financial year, and my heartfelt thank goes out to all our staff who have made this happen from throughout the organisation, and it is them that are securing the sustainability of our great council moving forward. At the same time, it would be remiss of me not to thank the finance team who have put all the figures together, found solutions for pressures in demand and inflation, and to top it all, have got the accounts out on time by the 31st of May, which is a legal requirement, and very few councils across the country actually manage this. The report shows an overspend of circa 7 million, which represents just over 1% of the gross budget or 2% of the net budget. I can tell you my counterparts across the country would bite my hand off for a result like that. This has left our general fund in a healthier place than was expected in the third quarter at just over 8 million, which is higher than it was in the previous year at the end of the financial year. This, along with a further injection of 30 million on the 1st of April, sets us up for this financial year, which will be even further challenging. I move the recommendations as stated, with the typo correction that Council approve the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that recommendation and reserve my right.
Okay, Rob, well done.
I thought it was going to be others before me, but there we go. I just wanted to query, when it talks about budget variations in service areas, there's explanations of why there are variations in people, but I note there's a nearly £2 million overspend in place, and there's no reasoning that I can see for why that's occurred.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rosemary Dartnell.
Yeah, thank you. We note the report and note the critical financial challenge the council faces last year, this year, and in the longer term up to 2030. I just want to thank Councillor Butler for the agreement at Cabinet yesterday to ensure members are updated in real time via group leaders' briefings with the current year's monthly reporting of period 3 and 4, which are due to be finalised in the space between today and the next scrutiny and Cabinet meetings in mid-September.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Quite briefly, but to say thank you to the staff involved in producing this. It is hard to produce it, and I congratulate them on being able to. And also, as Councillor Dartnell said about the expectation in August and subsequent months that the briefings of up-to-date periods will be given to group leaders to disseminate amongst their members. It is important that in this precarious state the council is, that all members are aware of what is happening within the council. And I do note that the state of our general reserves, although being promised in February 23, is still way, way below what would normally be considered to be safe. And £20 million was needed to be injected into this budget halfway through the year to meet some of the increased costs the council had to face. So it is a statement, so we will be supporting it, but with trepidation to what the future holds for this council.
Thank you. Okay, Brian, you reserved your right. Oh, sorry, I didn't see him behind that big screen in front of the Chief Executive.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a question Councillor Wilson raised about the £2 million overspend in the Police Directorate that he couldn't track. At least £1 million of that is an overspend on temporary accommodation through use of B&B, which is an overspend that we sought to address through the increasing provision of our own in-house temporary accommodation, as was the paper that came to Cabinet yesterday, that we'll be addressing in this year and for future years moving forwards.
Okay, you may have just stolen everybody else's thunder. Councillor Brian Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to reinforce what has been said about the achievements of our staff in reaching the stage where we have been able to come to such a good financial conclusion. And this is not only the financial staff, this of course is the staff right across the council, because every single department of the council has been involved in ensuring that their spend is the absolute minimum that is needed to maintain the way in which the council provides services for the public. So I know from work on the audit committee and the report I'm going to present shortly how difficult it has been for all our staff, and I think we all ought to agree that they have served this council splendidly in the previous financial year. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And back to Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roger and Rosemary, thank you for your comments. I would like to think that members who've been in this chamber for quite some time now, who can remember how financial reports were delivered historically, can actually see the transparency of what I'm trying to deliver and the amount of information that is always provided. And as soon as it is possible to share those period reports, which are now monthly reports, we'll share them with you. Roger, I'm glad you recognised that we had to do things and pump the £20 million into help adult social care last year. And isn't it a good thing that I had the prudence to back up the reserves so we were in a position to do that and maintain the financial sustainability of this council? Going back to Rob, if you look on page 26, the background and the breakdown of everything in place is there in the report, and you can understand where the whole of the £2 million comes from. I move the recommendations to Council, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favour of noting this report, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So we will move on to item 11, which is the annual Treasury report for 23-24. Again, I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler to present the report and recommendations to be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a historic report. It outlines how our annual Treasury office actually worked in the last financial year. I'm very pleased, as seen in the report, that again we are above the national averages on our returns, and we have worked well within all financial regulations. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, it's purely housekeeping. I move the recommendations as set out in item 3. Thank you.
Okay, and this is being seconded by...
I'll second that, sir.
Yeah.
Chair.
Are you reserving your right?
Yes, please.
You're right. Looking around the room for hands. Don't assume that there's lots of people in front of you. If you want to speak, please stick up your hand. Viv Parry.
I'd like to say that, yes, I read the report thoroughly, actually. I went through it twice. I believe that we shouldn't be proud of the way we are saying what we're saying, that we're better than anybody else. I'm sorry, I believe looking at this that our emissions are up rather than down, and quite badly. We've got to think about our future.
You're on the wrong report, I think. This is the financial report.
Oh, sorry.
Annual Treasury report.
Treasury report, that's what I'm on, is it?
All right, but I'm sure we can bring you in.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right, don't worry. It happens. No worries.
Yeah. We'll come back.
I'm sure you will, and I look forward to listening to it. I'm not, but thank you. Okay. Seconder, do you have anything to say? Because there are no other hands.
No further comment.
No. Okay. Gwilym, anything you wish to say?
I move the recommendations, Chair.
Okay, very happy with those, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. So, crikey, I'm hardly able to keep up to any more pages. Move on to item 12, which is the annual assurance report of the Audit Committee to Council 23-24. I'm going to invite Councillor Brian Williams, who chairs the Audit Committee, to present the report. Move the report recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Many people think that audit is mainly about ensuring that money is wisely spent. This, in fact, is only a relatively minor part of the Audit Committee's function. The principal functions of the Audit Committee are to ensure good governance across the whole Council and to ensure that all actions of the Council are satisfactorily risk assessed. Good governance and risk management are our principal objectives of our Audit Committee. And this report shows that audit staff do this diligently and well. There's often confusion between the roles of audit and scrutiny. Audit's role is to ensure that whatever the Council agrees, whatever the Council wills to do, is carried out responsibly and is risk assessed. Scrutiny's role is to ask why. To choose a highly fictitious example, just to illustrate this point. If the Council decided that they would wish to build a lighthouse in the middle of the Severn near English Bridge, it would be for the Audit Committee to decide or to agree or to assess that the project had been adequately risk assessed and that the contract to do it and other procedures would be followed to the letter T. It would be, however, for scrutiny to say, what the heck are we doing this for? Scrutiny asks why. Audit Committee ensures that all the Council's policies are carried out absolutely in accordance with the financial rules. So to summarise the report before you, the Audit Committee is able to provide assurance to this Council that it has good and satisfactory governance and is all risks are fully assessed and considered. We are happy that the procedures of this Council are carried out in full compliance with all governance and financial rules. I move that the Council accepts this report.
Okay, and I believe that's being seconded by Councillor Simon Harris. Yep, there you are. Good. Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. As a member of the Audit Committee, I share some of the reservations which were expressed in the paragraph just above the Chairman's signature, where it said, however, on balance, I'm satisfied that all the rules have been complied with, but on balance, I am concerned. and I will be abstaining from this. I'm not going to vote against it, but I'm abstaining from supporting it because I do have some reservations about what is included in it and what is happening. So all the rules I have no problems with, as was outlined by the chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Julian, Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. I'm just concerned, once again, actually, I think I made this point last year, that it just feels like we have, the presentation is extremely generous to what's actually written in the report. 2.2, the Audit Committee recognises and is concerned about the limitations identified in the internal control framework as reported in the Chief Audit Executive's opinion. Why aren't we being told about that in the Chair's outlining of the report? We really, you know, we need a little bit of honest accountability here, and I think that the Chair really should have explained to Council what your concerns are with regard to the internal control framework, rather than just telling us that it's all satisfactory and good.
Okay. Councillor Kate Halliday.
Thank you, Chair. As a fairly new member of the Audit Committee, it's a steep learning curve with the over 300 pages that we went through yesterday. I'd just like to echo some of the previous comments, just around highlighting, if people get a chance to have a look at the external audit committee's recommendations, and I understand that they have recommendations each year, but I just wanted to pull out two in particular. One, I'm hoping has been addressed through the discussions, but it's about how transparent the council is with their financial situation with members specifically. So I think I'm pleased to hear some of the comments about how we're going to get more up-to-date information, but I think it was identified that that was an area to work on. The other is around the Northwest Relief Road, and I understand there are audits that have been going on around that, and they are not in the public domain, so I'm not going to talk about them. However, they're looking for assurance that the governance arrangements are positively put and quickly put in order on the recommendations coming out. So I just wanted to highlight those as well. I mean, I have to say that the internal audit team do seem to be working very hard and doing a strong job. So I don't wish to say that I'm, you know, I don't want to make negative comments when it's such a new member of the committee. But I think it is worth just being aware there are some quite strong recommendations from the external auditors.
Thank you. Rosemary, and then Andrew Sherrington.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the need for, as Brian has outlined, the Audit Committee is mainly about governance, and governance sits hand in hand really with finance, and Councillor Butler mentioned earlier that he is trying to be as transparent as possible, particularly under the current situation, and I think that transparency is doubly important with audit, governance and finance together at this really critically important time in the Council's existence.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Sherrington.
In identifying weaknesses in internal controls, the logical corollary to that statement is that we are going to address those weaknesses. And yet we hear nothing about that. Why not? The whole purpose of scrutinising your processes is to improve the processes. What this report seems to say is we've looked at all of our processes and some of them are not very good. End of discussion. Surely we should be saying, well, what is the action? What are the internal control deficiencies and what are we going to do about it? And I'm distressed that we come to an audit report which says we have significant internal control problems, and that seems to be all we are prepared to discuss here. Seems like a grand waste of time. And it seems to me like a gross failure of our responsibilities in representing our constituents. See the problem, fix the problem, and the fix is hopelessly missing. Let's do it, please. So I would like to see at a future council meeting a report of what the internal control process difficulties are and what is the action plan and progress towards fixing them. Because that's what we're here to do, surely.
Thank you. I would remind you, it is a cross-party one. You could always ask your own member. But anyway, Claire Wild.
Thank you, Chairman. So I have attended the last 3 audit meetings. In fact, the one before last, Councillor Cherrington was there because he thought he was on the committee. Actually, it transpired he was a substitute. But in any event, he had the perfect opportunity to ask questions then if he wanted. We had another meeting yesterday for 4 hours. It was an extremely good meeting, and a lot of the questions were answered. Some of the answers to the question, if he'd been there, he'd know, are confidential. So I can't give you some of the answers because it's not in the public domain. So perhaps for people who want answers, they ought to go to the audit committee and actually ask the questions. Because I was satisfied at the end of the meeting that actually both the internal and the external auditors were very good and very detailed, and that opinion was shared by the independent member who sits on the audit committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You did indicate again, Andrew, I will bring you back if you have something else to add, but I don't want a pie fight starting with people throwing comments at each other. If it's a new point that you wish to raise, that's fine. As I said, it is a cross-party group, the audit committee. You do have your own member on it, so you can always speak to your own member or attend the meeting anyway. Is there anything you wish to say without just trying to have a squabble, please?
I'm confining myself to the submission or the consideration or the passing of the report as it stands right here, right now. And irrespective of my substitute membership of the committee, which I'm not obliged to attend, the question still arises, where's the action plan? And it should be out in the open for everybody to see and for everybody to understand.
Thank you. Julian.
I'm going to move that we defer this report and ask for it to come back to the next council with an action plan to deal with the internal control framework which concerns are raised about.
So, is that an amendment?
I don't know what it is. It's a move to defer accepting the report. So it's referring it back, I suppose. It's referring it back.
And it's seconded.
How many people do they need to?
Well, that's just the amended recommendation.
Okay. Do you wish to second it? Do you wish to say anything about the proposed amendment? We can just have this one back in the next council, I suppose. Okay. So, all those in favour of the proposed amendment to defer this report, please show. All those in favour of, against deferring it, please show. You normally try to.
We'd have to get the audit committee.
39, so that amendment has fallen. Okay. I'm now going to bring in Simon Harris, who is the councillor who seconded. Withheld is right.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've sat on the Audit Committee for 3 years now, and I'd like to say thank you to Councillor Wilde for substituting for me for the last 3 occasions. However, there's been some suggestion that there's been a lack of transparency in the numbers, and I would particularly like to offer my gratitude to James Walton, for always being available to explain some quite intricate numbers which come out in the various financial reports that we receive. And I'd like to assure the Council that there has been no cover-up, and if there is any lack of transparency, I would only encourage councillors to actually take the issues that they find opaque to James, Brian or myself. I'd also like to thank the audit team, and this is a question, an answer really to Councillor Sherrington, or Shevington, forgive me if I've got the name wrong. But the audit team have always been clear as to the recommendations they make, and equally, the audit committee has always had the capacity, and indeed has actually used this authority to call various members, various officers in to ask them as to how they have or have not implemented the recommendations that have been made to the audit committee, well, to themselves, to improve their performance. So I really like to support and once again second the chair in passing this. I'll be noting it or passing it, I'm not sure. Supporting this report. Thank you.
Noting. Okay, Councillor Brian Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, quite a lot of points raised on this. I think it is important that Council realise that Audit Committee have no executive powers. We cannot will that something is done. That is for Cabinet, for other bodies within the Council. We simply ensure that whatever is done correctly and to the best ability of those who are actually carrying out the function. So, given that, this is a report that says what work we have done to try to ensure that all procedures are carried out correctly and that every risk, particularly the strategic risks, of which there are some 16, I won't go into them now, that all the strategic risks are regularly analysed and assessed as to whether they remain as important as the strategy dictates. So, going on to the individual points, Roger Evans made this point at the Audit Committee yesterday. I understand what he's saying, and we shall agree to differ. I would remind members that everything the Audit Committee does is actually assessed by our external auditors. Every authority in this country has, by government decree, got to have an external auditor who audits the internal audit. And every year, within the last my 5 or 6 years memory, Grant Thornton, our external auditors, have assessed our procedures as being not only adequate, but very, very good in relation to other authorities. So our external auditors are happy with the way the audit function is carried out within this council. Somebody mentioned the North West Relief Road. We have been following the North West Relief Road in terms of risk assessment very, very carefully. It has been on a number of occasions, our audit staff have looked at this in order to ensure that the risks are fully known to those, to our highways people and those who are responsible for directing the progress we're making towards the North West Relief Road. But we have no executive powers to do anything about the North West Relief Road. The internal control framework, which has been mentioned, has thrown up the fact that some of the direction of travel of the authority of certain functions has not been improved. It has not worsened, but it's not been improved for a number of years. This partly is due to the effects of COVID, which is still causing difficulty in terms of staff numbers across the council. There are latent effects of the way in which we had to defer staff onto COVID procedures. We are also concerned that because of the reductions in the staff that we have, that the improvement in the internal control framework has not been as rapid as we would have wished. There are pressures within this council in terms of the staff available for all functions, and which cause some difficulty in making the improvement in the direction of travel that Audit Committee would wish. So I assure this council that the Audit Committee are satisfied that the council is being correctly and adequately governed, and there is no concern whatsoever about the future in terms of the way in which we are handling our financial affairs. I recommend the report to the council.
Thank you. Okay, good. Okay, members, we are going to take a vote on accepting the report. All those in favour, please show. There's a clear majority. All those against? Is that up or down, Andy? It's kind of wobbling in the middle somewhere. Any abstentions? So, okay. That's clearly been accepted by the council. Thank you, councillors. We will move on to item 13, which is the Climate Strategy Action Plan and Monitoring. Viv, I've already put your name down, so I will bring you in first, but I'm going to invite Councillor Ian Nellins, the Deputy Leader and Portfolio of Climate Change Environment, to present the report and move that the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Nellins.
Thank you very much, and just before I start, I have accepted the amendment. Julian, I think I said to you in the email, I will include it in this report. Shropshire Council's corporate performance monitoring report for 22-23, I stress 22-23, which shows a 6% increase in its carbon emissions compared to the previous year. One of the main reasons for the increase in this change of reporting methods, the old method we used was the Office for National Statistics. The new method is the Oxygen Finance. On comparison of the two methods, our Scope 1 and 2 would have been the same, but on our Scope 3, it almost doubled compared to the new method. That being said, we would still have had an increase of about 1%, but as it is with the new method, it's 6%. The reason we've changed it is because there was a concern about underreporting, which is obviously potentially proved right. The carbon and cost relationship. For our reporting of Scope 3, we decided to use Oxygen Finance because Shropshire Council spend data for emissions that we don't have better measured data for at the moment. So all our local authorities seem to use this tool as well. Continuity, we wanted to have this because this is going to be available for future years, whereas the previous method might not be. and standardisation, because this is a local government association approved tool. Shops Council is one of the very few local authorities in the country to report on its emissions and its ambitious target of achieving net zero by 2030. The report shows that the Council's gross emissions for 22-23 were 82,028 tonnes of CO2 equivalent, an increase of 4,757 tonnes, that's 6%, from 21-22. Activities which have contributed to this net carbon include spend across service areas, most notably the health and social care market, where there's a rise of 6%. A 4% reduction in negative emissions due to a change in the domestic recycling contract and decarbonisation of grid electricity, and also post-pandemic recovery, things such as small increase in demand of buildings heating, increase in transport fleet, and increase in staff travel. Live initiatives and activities intended to make carbon reductions include greater awareness of across service areas and staff behaviour change, improved heating and electrical systems and smart meters in council buildings, implementing energy efficiency measures such as installation and double glazing, continuing to adopt a green electric traffic which is zero carbon, engagement with efficient pool vehicles, active travel and public transport, flexible working arrangements, optimised use of buildings and office space, improved recycling rates and reuse initiatives, and 102,000 trees have been planted since declaring a climate emergency. The Council has taken steps to reduce carbon emissions by implementing the following measures: installing solar panels on council buildings generating renewable electricity, replacing street lights with LED lamps, introducing electric vehicles and charging points for council's fleet, implementing energy efficiency measures in council buildings such as smart meters. Keen to lead the way, the Council is also working on a number of ambitious projects to accelerate the progress towards achieving net zero, and one of them I mentioned earlier was the pyrolysis plants, which will be coming forward in the next month or so. A significant proportion of the Council's carbon emissions are produced by external contractors that is procured to deliver essential services such as social care. Shropshire is a large rural county and demand for social care is increasing, meaning more journeys and more miles to provide support and care for some of the county's most vulnerable residents. In order to address this, the Council is improving its procurement process to ensure that the environmental and social factors are considered when buying goods and services. The Council will also be developing a climate change strategy action plan which will set out the Council's visions, objectives and priorities for tackling climate change. We recognise that we have a lot of work to do to achieve this, especially in the light of a 6% increase in the emissions for 22-23. However, we are not disheartened by this, as we know many of the factors that contributed to the increase were beyond our control. Our carbon performance monitoring has been significantly influenced by the COVID pandemic. As such, establishing a baseline and identifying meaningful trends was a challenge. Our current trends are comparable to those being reported in national statistics. Although we have not seen a significant reduction in our gross corporate emissions for 22-23, we should recognise the majority of the measures and interventions we have been implementing over the last 2 years and are presently implementing and working on now do not lead to immediate reduction in carbon emissions. Programmes and individual projects across buildings, renewable energy, transport and carbon capture and storage are in the pipeline and will help us to achieve our goal of achieving net zero by 2030.
Can I ask you to conclude, because you have actually run
just
out
at the recommendations. The Council approves corporate recommendations 3.1 to 3.3 to 1.IV, sorry, but also include the amendments from the
You're
Green
well
Party.
over time now.
V1, they'll be written down, or you can get them later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for having to draw your attention to that, but I would for anybody, so, okay. Being seconded by?
Formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, so I have a number of speakers on this, and I'm going to start with Viv, who got in first, very early indeed.
I'm very sorry about that.
No,
I've
no,
got
it's
a lot
Viv,
of
honestly.
paper,
No,
as you
don't
can
worry.
most probably
It's
see.
fine, honestly.
I turned over the wrong page.
No.
Well, 5 or 6 pages. I'm pleased to see that on one report, which is 5.4, that this means there is an incentive to the council to invest to save. I remember 10 years ago, Invest Save came up with the LED lighting. 10 years ago. We are still only talking, well, it's not all gone in. I know in Ludlow there's quite a few places where we still have, and I'm sorry to say this, yellow lights. It just has taken an awful long time, 10 years. And conclusions. You've just mentioned this. It's worth noting that Shropshire Council is currently one of the only few councils to report the full extent of its carbon emissions, including indirect emissions. There again, LED lighting. I'm sorry, it's taken a blooming long time to get there. And a lot of my people in Ludlow are asking why it's taken that long. So if I can have a reply on that, please. I remember going to a meeting in Ludlow at the brewery. All the councillors that were there at that time, I think it's the same one still, and being told all that time ago, you are definitely going to get LED lighting in this next year or so. We've waited a long time, and I'm so pleased that we've got it. But why do things take so long with this council?
Thank you. Okay, I've got councillors Julian Dean and then Julia Evans. Julian.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. This is a hugely challenging agenda, and it's very concerning that we are moving backwards in terms of the headline figures. I absolutely acknowledge, and I will speak to what the amendment has accepted, especially as Councillor Nellens hasn't had a chance to explain what was in there. So I'll get to that quickly. But firstly, just to point out some of the things in here that I think people need to be aware of. 2.7, the report accepts effectiveness of projects and initiatives developed by the Climate Task Force are limited by its capacity, and we've lost its head. So, you know, we are really struggling on this agenda, and I'm beginning to be concerned that the stakeholder board and the relationship with zero carbon are not doing the heavy lifting in terms of helping the council to go forward on this. And I know that Councillor Evans will have some ideas about that, and we've got a chance to talk about it in scrutiny, and perhaps we ought to look at an LGA peer review on this agenda, because clearly we need help to get this on track. I'm also concerned that this is a report about 22-23. Again, you know, it speaks to the capacity to get going on this. So a couple of specific things before the ones in the amendment. So under 2.5, we're promised work on procurement. It says something about a supplier engagement procedure, looking at the top 10 suppliers, because for those people who aren't familiar with all the scope language, scope 3 is contracts and suppliers, basically. It's all the third-party spend and the emissions that are related with that, which is the biggest, by far, part of our footprint. But we were told that there was going to be a supplier engagement procedure back when we were working out the budget. So it's concerning that we still haven't got even an engagement procedure, let alone having actually started any engagement with the Big Ten suppliers. So we really need to get on with that. So getting to the points of the amendment. So, and I'm very pleased that you've accepted them, and my screen just went blank, so I nearly lost them. So the first is that, as we said in a previous motion, which Councillor Nellens agreed to, which I'm grateful for as well, that we really need some KPIs. We really need some targets in the Shropshire plan around this. So that's the first part of the additional points. The second is that ought to include energy efficiency, because whilst we say that our scope 2 is now carbon neutral because we're buying electricity from guaranteed carbon neutral sources, that doesn't mean we don't have to deal with energy efficiency on scope 2 on electricity, because we simply know that there's no way that everything that we do can be powered by electricity. We have to power down as well as power up, in other words. So we need targets on energy efficiency, and also it's a money saver for the council. So we need sensible targets which don't just reflect cuts, but actually are, you know, per unit reductions in the amount of energy we're using to do things. So we need sensible targets on that. And the third one is about embedded carbon. So the report, I think, you know, it's unfortunate the report suggests that somehow embedded carbon is difficult to measure. Actually, it's much easier to measure than scope 3. And we really ought to start measuring the embedded carbon in the capital programme. So I'm very pleased that Councillor Nellens has accepted that ought to be included in the future work of this of measuring our carbon footprint, that we take seriously the embedded carbon in our capital programme and in our buildings upkeep. So thank you for those points. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Julia.
The climate emergency was brought forward because it is an emergency, but this is a few years ago now, and it's become quite like noise for many. Large corporations and universities have moved to sustainability, and this looks at the wider picture. Sustainability reports and corporate responsibility reports align with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, of which climate change is only one of 17. And most governments have signed up to this, including ours, and despite the changing of the guard recently, this would be adhered to and worked to. These look at reducing the damage to the environment and reducing the effects of what we do now to future generations. So it's taking a huge, wider look at everything that we do. And I'm going to bring all these points to scrutiny, but these are some questions, and this will help with the KPIs as well. Is there a council-wide sustainability group that can contribute and add to key performance indicators, which includes officers from each department in the council? And they will bring their viewpoints and their knowledge to the table. Has the portfolio holder and responsible officer had sustainability training? This is the wider knowledge base than just carbon literacy. If not, can they? Are we going to rewild verges given the exacerbation of the biodiversity emergency? And the reason I'm asking about the wider look is that we can look at things like, and I've got a couple of examples here. Schools like Bicton were an eco school, and they've had issues with their underfloor heating. In fact, their underfloor heating is packed in, and they've now got diesel generators outside, and this has been going on for years. This is surely going to impact. We need to look at planning. We've got 2 schools in Bowbrook Meadows, and they've been built to passive house standard, but they're both heated by gas, and they don't have enough PVs on the roof because it wasn't in the planning. You know, there's a lot of preventative things that we can do that will not impact in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got quite a building list here. So I've got councillors Rob Wilson, then Andy Boddington, then Rosemary Dartnell, and then Roger Evans, and then Cecilia Motley. So, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to echo what Councillor Dean said about the loss of the head of the Climate Task Force. I think that's a really big issue for the council. I think a recent scrutiny meeting where the Climate Task Force attended, they said they were on the verge of actually being able to be a revenue generator for the council. To lose the head of that group, I think, is a real problem. We're talking about financial problems and climate problems. There was something that was going to hopefully fix both. I want to draw council attention to section 6 of the report. We're talking about specifically Shropshire Council's corporate climate responsibilities. Shropshire Council accounts for 2.5% of the county's emissions. But Shropshire Council is not a shop on the high street. It has a far wider impact on the county at large. The report itself says that we may influence up to 30% of the total emissions of the county. We should be looking much wider about what the organisation is doing, not just for itself, but for our communities and the wider area. And that says, and it lists it, it's in domestic property, industry, commerce and transport. And I don't really see what this council is doing outside of these walls to use the influence that it has, very focused internally on that 2.5%, but we need to look wider, and it really worries me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Boddington.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, to say that this is a good, clear report, and thank you for that, because it's not a particularly easy subject once you get down to the nitty-gritty. The one sentence missing, really, it says that we need an annual reduction of 10% a year. The one sentence missing is what we're achieving per year. which is 5.6%. Now, if we continue at that rate, it'll be 2036 before we hit net zero. And 6 years is quite a lot in the current situation, where we'll have one of the warmest years on record, although not in the UK.
Not this year.
Yeah, this year. And the weather's changing, it's very clear. The weather is much more dramatic and much more dangerous. And that's due to the changing climate, and we need to act fast, and 6 years is a lot of time. Now, I appreciate there are things going on to try and speed up the rate at which we reduce emissions, but we seem to have lost what we gained during COVID, when of course emissions dropped because we weren't travelling so much and the whole sort of pattern of our lives changed. We seem to have lost that bonus. And that suggests the underlying trend might be actually worse than we think it is. And this worries me. We need to see the next couple of years before we really know where we are. But I am concerned that we're not going to make it, and I think we should make it, because, as has just been said by Julia, we need to influence the rest of the county. And if we don't lead, who is going to lead? And I think that's our role as a county council. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary Dartwell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Climate Change Task Force and Councillor Nellins for this report and their continued work to improve both the reality of Council's carbon emissions and the accuracy of reporting it. We've taken a backward step, and it's essential we improve our game. On carbon literacy, training of new staff is a good initiative, but how many managers, decision makers, portfolio holders have completed the training? As 2030 and our net zero commitment comes into sharp view, it's obviously right that we have moved to a different and better model for the calculation of Scope 3 emissions, so those carried out by someone else on our behalf, along with the start of work to align climate emergency and nature recovery measures into council procurement. I'd like to ask for a timing update on the pyrolysis project, both the joint venture and the council's own plant. When can we expect delivery, and when will stage 2, the energy capture / recovery add-on, be made? The council's financial position must give us concerns about task force reduction and how that might impact on the council's ability to adapt at its heart and really get to grips with the ever more urgent need to bring climate emergency mitigation and nature recovery into the very heart of all council decision making. The target operating model for the council, the resized council, talks frequently of agility, and this is an area in which agility is absolutely vital to our future.
Thank you. Now, I've got 3 more speakers, and then I'm going to invite one more person to speak if they choose to, and then I'm going to go back to the seconder, because I think we'll have given this a really good kick around by then. Okay, Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I asked a question yesterday, member involvement in this, and when meetings were to be held. Didn't really get an answer, but I think members need to get more involved in this, as it seems that this council is failing. Carbon reduction 10% per year. In 2.5, little 2, it stated that last year, however it was measured, there was a 6% increase. And I said yesterday, Cabinet have failed to put in place what this council took as an emergency motion, an urgent emergency motion accepted by everyone in the council chamber at that time. All I can really say is that given the recent indications of residents as expressed at the ballot box in May 2025, there will be changes, that a new administration and a 2030 target will be attained, and we will be given, or the councillors then, if we have anything to do with it, will be one of the prime targets, not have an increase as is shown in this report.
Thank you. I must borrow your crystal ball sometime. Councillor Cecilia Motley.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would actually just like to give a few fairly practical examples of how social care is working very hard, and particularly adult social care, to try and reduce our carbon footprint. We are increasing the use of tech in the county. We're supporting people to maintain their independence and reducing the need for staff calls, which obviously then reduces the need for people to get into their cars and sometimes travel long distances. And this service is increasing month by month. We've had a 9.2 increase just in April 2024 alone, and it's delivered a lot of a very practical support virtually, which has avoided care hours and it's meant fewer care visits have to take place. We've got a lot of elderly people who need a bit of care, but they don't want to have carers in and out of their houses all the time. So this has actually turned out to be a very good solution for them. And it's particularly useful in the rural areas where distances are very, sometimes very long, and it's also hard to source care, particularly in the south of the county. So we've got virtual care calls going up all the time. We're maximising the use of digital and virtual approaches to meet care needs, and it seems to be being very well received by our elderly cohort. And it's also, one of the other things we're looking at is care at home transformation. We've got a pilot for provider-led reductions for those who need less care and will be suitable for tech if that's an option, which will reduce travel. I mean, the whole point is to try and bring our costs down. It's also to get maximum support for people. And the way that it works is that we have people who are in touch all the time with our users. They get virtual care calls which will advise them when they need to take their medication, ask them whether they've eaten, ask them whether they're feeling well, just keep checking in with them during the day. And this is actually being very well received. And one other area which is potentially very big is the use of Mediquip, who are providing our integrated community equipment loan service. And they are taking this issue of reducing the carbon footprint very seriously, and they're using sophisticated logistics planning for deliveries and collections. They're trying to sort out efficient route planning so that they cluster deliveries and collections where possible, neighbourhood by neighbourhood. And they're very careful to make sure that they comply with the requirements of the Climate Change Act and other environmental legislation. So we are thinking very hard about this in the activities that we perform in caring for our population. And I just felt that it was important that members realise that this is not all a disaster zone. We are actually developing new methods of supporting people which are very acceptable and well liked by them. Thank you.
Thank you. And to round up, before I go back to this, bless you, before I go back to the seconder, Councillor Duncan Kerr.
I just want to echo some of the comments and concerns raised, but I'd like to make a practical suggestion. Always keen to try and find ways moving forward. And I mentioned this at Cabinet yesterday, which is because of the complexity of the area, I think in future planning and future target setting, it would be useful to distinguish between areas where we have complete control over carbon emissions, areas where we have influence over carbon emissions, and other areas such as the carbon performance of the national grid, which does impact on our figures, where we effectively have no control. I think then we'd be in a better position to direct our activities and actions onto areas where we have either influence or control.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to go back to Councillor Nellens, who has the right reply. Was it? I don't think. Oh, sorry. Yes, Dean, you seconded it, didn't you?
Thank you, Chairman, although I'm not sure whether my name is Dean or Simon now.
I do apologise.
I need to check my birth certificate, I think. I wanted to come on to specifically a couple of things that are in my area of responsibility. Firstly, in the case of social housing, which is the second highest of our Scope 3 emission categories. The work that's being done both by Star Housing as our own arm's length management organisation of our own stock and by our partners to reduce the carbon emissions and improve the efficiency of properties in the social housing sector. The standard of new build properties from Star Housing and from Cornovi Developments Limited, our market construction firm, of a far higher than market average standard. In fact, we aim and aspire in all of our new developments to be meeting the next iteration of building regulations and EPC expectations for new build properties, not the current ones. And we've also been investing significant sums of money through our housing revenue account reserves, as well as through grant funding that we've been applying for modernising and retrofitting existing stock internally of social housing. We're also working very closely with our larger social landlord partners. There are some that are particularly excelling at addressing their carbon emissions and their carbon footprint. And as I'm sure members will have noticed recently, one of those social landlords who is at the forefront of the green transition is currently in negotiations over a potential merger with another one of the large-scale housing providers in the county, and we'll be pushing and making sure that, as part of that merger, that not only the environmental credentials of the one aren't lost, but actually there's transfer of knowledge, skills, and direction of travel across to the other partner to help to drive further down the emissions coming from social housing. The other element is in our corporate estate, and I know that corporate heating accounts for 2/3 of our Scope 1 emissions. And what can I say other than it's the very nature of the corporate asset, thank you Councillor Gittins for the clock, it's the very nature of our existing corporate property stock that is causing so many of the higher end emissions from properties. Buildings such as, dare I say, Shirehall, built in the 1960s without any real even nod to efficiency of the building fabric or carbon performance. And so, as you'd expect me to put a little nod in here towards the future, that the sooner that we can get on with relocation plans from here and depart from Shirehall and its hugely energy inefficient footprint, the better. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, now I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor
First of all, I'd like to say it's nice that at least once a year we all get take more interest in this. I'd like to pay a tribute to the staff who have done a lot of work. They're actually punching above their weight when it comes to the financial return that we get for this, from the limited money we put into it to the funding they attract from elsewhere in order to get on with the projects that are putting us as quite a heavy puncher as a local authority. I commend them for all the work they do. I'm particularly like to mention our outgoing task leader, who unfortunately he decided to take voluntary redundancy. But Adrian Cooper was a star, and he will be missed. That being said, the graveyards of the world are full of indispensable men, and we have a good team who will be following up on all the good work he did. I'd just like to remind you all again that this is 22-23. That was at the early stage of our work. We have a lot of work that has been going on over the last 2 years. We're not seeing the benefit of that yet, but we will start to see the benefit of that. And the point, just a point while I think about it, on how this has to be shared amongst everyone. Those amendments that Julian put forward, I'd just like to make sure that we do make sure that that goes out to the wider service areas, because it can't all just fall on one small climate change team. And that's why, as we mentioned, I think Rosemary mentioned about carbon literacy training. That's why we want to push it out to everybody. And when you ask who's done it, Cabinet all done it at the start, directors have all done it. It is internally being done. Priority was gone to planning and procurement now, because obviously that's where, and they've already done that, because that's where the big influence comes in it. So it does help, because it does make people aware of the background. Julia, can you put those things, on an email to me, because there's some of the things that obviously different service areas would need to look into, which I might not be aware of. On the LED lights, I'm pretty sure LED lights are pretty much done now. I know there was a slowness on that because over the pandemic there was a supply issue. If they're not, I'll speak to it comes under highways, but I can speak to highways to find out why that's done, why that hasn't been done. Roger, as I said to you yesterday, you did bring up yesterday about failure. As I reminded you, we haven't failed our vulnerable people. That's where a lot, as it says, that's where a lot of our increase comes from. That's something we have to recognise. We're being honest. We're not failing the vulnerable, and we are looking at ways, as was mentioned by Cecilia, of how we can bring that down. So it is being actioned as we go along. Let me see what else I have here. Yeah, and sorry, Roger, on the point of our climate board, that has had a gap because of the outgoing of the previous task leader. We will get that on, and it'll be good to see members from all parties attend that again. Basically, I'd say we're calmly confident that we can achieve this. 10% a year is an easy mathematical way to say it, but there will be a low slope first of all. Then there should be a curve, and the work that has gone on over the last 2 years, the projects that are ongoing, will see us start to see that curve go in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, well, we will move to the vote. There was an amendment put forward by the Greens, and that has been sewn in and accepted. So we're voting on both. All those in favour, please show. Any against? One. Andy Boddington. Are you? Oh, right. Okay. All right. So, no, any abstentions? We'll mark that as unanimous then. Right, councillors, it is lunchtime. Time to stop, I think. I had rather hoped we might get through the next two, but that's not to be. We will reconvene in here at 5:02. So you've got an extra couple of minutes, because I'm generous. I've smelt chicken and walked past the beef sandwich and all sorts. Where are we with the live feed? All right. Just to note, councillors, that the live feed is back on again. And just, I don't know how many other people are out there still, but I am planning on resuming the meeting as I said I would at 5:02. So we will move on to item 14, which is the Shropshire Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan. So I'm going to write, I'm sorry, can you, if you don't mind, Peggy? Thank you. So item 14, the Shropshire Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan. Now I'm going to invite Councillor Ian Nellins, the Deputy Leader and Portfolio Owner for Climate Change, Environment and Transport, to present the report and the recommendations to us to be received and agreed.
So, Bernie, I think I can answer you. I've already held it back. Just before I start, any sort of mistakes or irregularities within the report, I've just had a check back with the team, they can be amended. We're voting on the actual principle of the plan, not the individual bits, which we can amend.
No. You'll get a chance in a minute. So, let's let the portfolio holder present his report first, and then you can propose your amendment.
Okay, thanks very much. First of all, Julian, the piece you've put in about the Shrewsbury, Port Hill and Copthorne 20-mile-an-hour zone, I will include in part of in 3.2. Thank you. I'm pleased to present the Shropshire Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, or the LCWIP, a comprehensive strategy aimed at transforming our community into a more sustainable, healthy and connected place. The Shropshire Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan is a document which includes proposals to improve the walking and cycling network across the county. A draft version in 2023 of the LCWIP was developed by City Science on behalf of Shropshire Council. This was prepared in accordance with guidance from the Department of Transport. Shropshire LCWIP locations include Bridge North, Church Stretton, Ludlow, Market Drayton, Oswestry and Gabon, Shrewsbury and Whitchurch. Our LCWIP is not just a plan, it's a vision for the future of Shropshire. It's about creating a community where cycling and walking are not just viable options, but the preferred method of transport. It's about improving the health and well-being of our residents, reducing our carbon footprint and making our streets safer and more accessible to everyone. Shropshire Council is graded at level 1 authority, the active travel, and the LCWIP next year should see us our ambition to move to a level 2. The plan has been developed through extensive consultation with local stakeholders, including residents, businesses and community groups. It outlines a network of cycling and walking routes that connect key destinations across Shropshire, along with a range of measures to improve safety and accessibility. We believe that implementing this plan can make a significant contribution to tackling some of the key challenges facing our community, including climate change, air quality and public health. We look forward to discussing the plan in more detail, and I propose that the Council adopts the plans at 3.1 to 3.3, including the amendment of including Copthorne and Port Hill in 3.2. Thank you.
Okay, that is being seconded by Nick. Are you going to reserve?
Second and approve my reserve my right to speak, please, Chair.
Reserve your right. Yep. Councillor Bentinck, I have received it by email. I'm sure the portfolio holder hasn't quite had a chance to read it yet, but I will bring you in now. As a
thank you, Chair. I would like to propose an amendment based upon an error, actually an omission, within the the LCWIP report, Appendix 7, Shrewsbury Delivery Plan. Following the announcement of the Shropshire LCWIP project and the working group, there was, of course, enthusiastic participation of council members, interested parties and the public in drawing up the proposals, including the meal active travel quarter, as this area includes 2,400 students at the 2 secondary schools and 450 children at the Meal Primary School. This area was identified as an accident cluster site, as on average there are 3 road traffic collisions per school term in this area. Pedestrians have been admitted with severe injuries and also one with concussion, to my knowledge, from these traffic issues. Unfortunately, several LCWIP working group meetings were cancelled at short notice and not rescheduled in 2023, and the principal active travel officer then left Shropshire Council, and my understanding is that her position has not been filled, which is a great disappointment, and I'm sure that most members would agree. No further examination of the proposals was permitted until February 2024, when a 2-week consultation was announced, and 4 local councillors expressed concern about aspects of the meal active travel quarter plans, and with a joint letter requesting an urgent meeting with the portfolio holder. And despite further requests, this meeting has still not happened. And I would hope for a very early meeting, please.
Okay.
I haven't finished yet, sir.
All right, sorry. There was a long enough pause there where I thought you'd finished. I apologise.
So, there are a number of errors in this report, and one has previously been referred to, but the one that I'm referring to is in Appendix 7 of the LC-WIP report, which is the Shrewsbury Delivery Plan, and refers to route S48 on page 27, which in previous correspondence and the map in Appendix 7 refers to Longdon Road from the Longdon Road, Roman Road roundabout through the Sweet Lake Meadow development, rather past the Sweet Lake development, and then out to some of the outlying villages to Pulverbatch, where I believe the route ends. However, the actual reference on page 27 of that report talks about Hanwood and Radbrook roads, which is completely incorrect. And the meal element has been completely amputated from this report, which is very disappointing. And so my amendment is that the LC-WIP report, Appendix 7, the Shrewsbury Delivery Plan, be corrected to show LC-WIP secondary route S48 referring to and improvements for walking and cycling on Longdon Road from and including the Longdon Road, Roman Road roundabout, past the 2 secondary schools on Longdon Road, through the outlying villages to the end of this route at Pulverbatch. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's being seconded by Rob Wilson. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that comment, but having said that, the Meal Brace junction is not part of the LC. It falls in line with some of the stuff, but it's actually a road safety project which is funded in a completely different way, so it's not part of this law of this LCWIP process. What you're talking about, the S48 connections, Radbrook Green, anything that's inaccurate within the reports can be amended. It's the actual report and the plan. The reports, for any inaccuracies that we can amend them as we go along, that's not a problem, and they will be reviewed on a yearly basis. So in that respect, I don't support the amendment.
Okay. Let me just take some advice here, because I've got amendments pouring out of my ears. Yeah, but how do you want me to proceed? Well, he doesn't accept the amendments, and have we debate the amendments? Yeah. Julian, you will get your time in the sun, but we've accepted your amendment, but we're going to need to debate this one. So, it was actually seconded by you. Rob, is there anything you wish to say?
I'll just speak now. I think, just to Ian's point, that it is a different funding pot, but all projects should be captured within this document. All projects that are looking to improve walking and cycling in the county should be within this project. Otherwise, this document doesn't sit as the document which it should underneath what eventually we hope will be LTP4. That's my understanding. is that the LC WIP is the walking and cycling part of the local transport plan, and therefore walking and cycling improvements in the Meal area, particularly past two very large secondary schools, should be part of the walking and cycling section of the local transport plan. So I think it should be accepted.
Okay. So just for members, I do have a list of a few people who wish to speak here. We are talking to the amendment that was just put out to all members a few minutes ago. The portfolio holder is not willing to accept for the reasons that he gave. So is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the amendment before we take a vote on it? Rosemary.
Yeah, just briefly, Councillor Nellings, I know that you said we could make amendments as they need to be done. I'd just like to note that there are some minor plan modifications missing from the final document for Shrewsbury. These were made on a review with all Shrewsbury Town councillors with Rose Dovey before she left the authority and put into the plan. So I'd just like to have the opportunity for those to be reviewed again, which you've said I think can be done.
If I could just say, I think the whole thing was...
Ian, sorry to stop you, but I am chairing it, so if that's all right, I know you're keen to answer. We'll take that in a minute, because I'm not entirely sure that sits within what we're now debating, which is the proposed amendment put forward by Councillor Bentinck. Roger?
Thank you, Chairman. It is a straightforward amendment to include something which has been disappeared. So I'm amazed to hear that the amendment will not be accepted without going for a vote. It is what it is. I saw that when it was originally published, because it does cover part of the area that I represent. I noted it with a little bit of a surprise, but it was in there. So it may be a mistake or whatever. So I would have thought it could have been easily accepted to be put in. There will be discussions, as the portfolio holder said. There'll be some more discussions to do it. So let's put it in to see what's there. Let's give the LC WIP as much credibility as we can, so that it can be inputted to the LTP4, Local Transport Plan 4, without any amendments. Let's get it out of the way now, so that it can be debated and put into that. It makes it far easier than having continual discussions about it. So please, please accept it.
Thank you, Roger. I wasn't sure. I thought I might have heard you say we weren't going to take a vote on it. We will take a vote on the amendment. An amendment has been tabled by Councillor Bentinck. It has been rejected by the portfolio holder. Now this is the discussion time. Then we will move to a vote. If it wins on the vote, then it will become part of the substantive. And if it doesn't, then it won't be included. Kate.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the suggestion. So if we can review this plan, that would be great. However, we are being asked to adopt the final local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. So my view would be to either accept the amendments or perhaps change that wording, because that does sound very final. So maybe there needs to be something about the ability to review this before it's finally accepted.
Okay, I'll read out the other names again, just in case they wish to speak to the amendment we're debating at the moment, or if they were going to talk to the original document with or without the amendment. They were Councillors Julian Dean, Councillor Huffer, put my glasses back on, Councillor Boddington and Councillor Ed Towers. Nope. Okay, there has been an amendment proposed.
Chairman, if I may, the Cabinet member spoke in introducing it. Has he replied to the amendment or not? Specific
Yes,
amendment?
he did.
But has he replied to the debate since it took place?
No, not yet. But I haven't taken the vote yet either. So, honestly, Roger, please give me a moment. I'm just explaining it all, because these things can get very complicated. I'm trying to explain it so that I understand it and that everybody else kind of understands it. I will now go back to him. There's been a small amount of debate recommending that you do take it.
I think we're all singing from the same sheet in a sense here. This is to adopt the plan. As I said, it even says in 3.3 that can be the actual technical bit can be adopted. I'm very willing to put that into the document. Because we could be here all day with everybody talking about different ones. So I'll take the point is taken on board that the meal brace can be added into the Shrewsbury sect, but it doesn't really take away from the rest of it. I hear what you're saying. The technical bit can be added. There's no, and it's reviewed annually. It's over a 10-year plan. The meal brace bit was slightly different, but we can add it in. I just don't see how we need to amend. This is about the actual plan, not about the individual aspects of it.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure I completely understood that. So, and that's my ignorance, not the way you've explained it. Yes, go on. I'll bring you in, Leslie. Because I do want to get this right for everybody.
I think what the Deputy Leader is saying is that the individual plans, and I think this is what Councillor Dartnell was referring to, the individual plans can be subject to amendments as we go through them, because a lot of these are a wish list anyway, and they will get amended. What Councillor Nellens is saying, he's quite happy to do that, but there's no point amending it specifically for one item, which is the one at meal, because otherwise we'll have to amend it for every single one. I think that's where we go. Yeah. Forgive me, Ian.
Yeah. Okay. Well, technically we've finished the debate on this. I was going to, I go back to the original proposal now, don't I? Yes, but oh, go on, Rosemary. I don't want anybody thinking they've not had their moment in the sunshine, so it's the sun is shining for once.
Just to follow up on what Leslie's just said, what would be the mechanism for us doing that? That's all.
Yes. If you answer that, it would be helpful.
Just through myself, and I can put it on to the day. And just for clarity, although Rose Dovey has gone, her role is still being filled.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't intend to come in, but I think Kate and Rosemary's points are quite key. Like, we are adopting a plan, and we're saying that one person can go and just change that later. That doesn't feel like this plan has been brought to the councils. I don't disagree, and I want it to be changed and improved as it comes on, but I'm thinking, probably from Tim's point of view and Brian's in audit, that if we are adopting a plan, that is the plan.
All right,
it's not for me or anyone else to go and amend it.
Yeah, I am going to stop you there, because we are kind of moving away. I understand that, but this debate now about how things can be changed in the overarching framework, which is kind of how I understood it, could be debated after we've taken the vote on a specific amendment. And that's not to shut you down. I take your point, but I'm going to ask Councillor Bentinck, from what he's heard, if there's anything he wants to say, or to withdraw, given that he's been given guarantees that these things will be looked at, and this is just the overarching framework, and that it can be filled in and adjusted afterwards. Councillor Bentinck.
Thank you, Chair. The section of the report that I refer to is an integral part of the Shrewsbury aspect of the Shropshire Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, and to amputate it from the rest of the report is egregious. It's just unbelievable. And so there have only been 2 amendments suggested, one of which has been accepted. And I struggle to understand why my suggestion will not be accepted by the portfolio holder on the basis that it was in original proposals and was all the way up to the consultation phase in February 2024, following which the 4 councillors requested an urgent meeting with the portfolio holder to try to sort it out before the plan came to the council today. And so I am incredulous that the portfolio holder will not accept this very small amendment, and I'm not suggesting any other amendments are going to be made at this stage. So please, I urge the council to accept this amendment and ensure that an integral part of the plan is included in going forward to the government for funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will take that amendment now to the vote as to whether it is accepted and becomes part of the substantial. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. For those that I've had earlier, we will be going back to the main debate in a bit, which includes another amendment. (22) And those against accepting the amendment? (34) against, 22 for, so the amendment has fallen. We will now go back to the original item, which has on board the amendment that was sent in, and I will be bringing you in first to talk to your amendment, which has been accepted, Julian. But just a bit of guidance for members. We've given the fallen amendment a good bit of discussion. Let's try and stick to what we've got now as opposed to going back to that. If we could, that would be jolly useful. Okay. Where did we get to? Did I invite a seconder? I can't remember. It seems to be a long time ago now. Who was seconding? Councillor Simon? No.
Yeah. It's
Councillor
me,
Nick Bardsey, that's right. And you did reserve your right. I do remember now. Sorry,
quick
seems like a lifetime ago. Okay. Councillor Dean.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Councillor Nellens for accepting this amendment. That's the second amendment that he's accepted today from me, which is a little bit gobsmacking. So either we write very sharp, forensic and constructive amendments, or Councillor Nellens is so genuinely committed to these agendas that he's non-tribal, or possibly both, which is quite something. So thank you for that. Nevertheless, I do want to speak to the amendment because I think it does highlight some concerns, if you like, in terms of this agenda, and also because members have all received now a copy of an email that I wrote, which was very carefully constructed, despite how angry I was feeling at the time. So the scheme that I brought forward for the amendment, and I don't usually talk about my division in full council, but I do need to on this particular occasion, came as a result of the one-way street in New Street, which many of you will know, that goes past the boathouse, which was a really important safety measure and made that street safer, but there was a knock-on effect, and we knew we needed more. There was consultation on the low-traffic neighbourhood, which didn't receive sufficient support, but there was huge support for 20 miles an hour, and all this was being funded effectively by post-COVID money from ATE. But then what happened was that for some reason it took ages and ages, and redesigns and backwards and forwards with WSP, and frankly it felt like the money was frittering away. And then it got to a stage early this year when I was told, actually, we're not going to proceed, despite the fact that the Cabinet had approved a consultation. And then, and this is the really concerning bit from my point of view, I took that up with the Chief Executive Officer because it had gone to Cabinet, and he did the work to find out what had gone on, and the response that the CEO received suggested that the scheme had been pulled as a direct result of advice from government in the plan for drivers, which people might remember the ridiculous pulling back by the previous government on active travel. But that was completely contradictory to an email I had only months earlier saying we'd already got past that stage. And so I do need members to be aware that for some reason there has been such a breakdown in the management of these processes and procedures and schemes that we are hearing from within the council entirely contrary. Those two statements cannot both be true. I'm sorry to say it, but that is the situation we found ourselves in. So that was why I decided to bring this scheme back in, because it's absolutely in line with LC WIP. It's about active travel. It's about supporting pedestrians and cyclists and healthy environments. So that was why I brought it back in. But I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to that. But I do want to just finally take the opportunity to welcome one particular bit in the report, which is the under the risk assessment and opportunities appraisal. I'm really pleased to see, I think it's 4.2, the way that it's discussing, or perhaps it's 4.3, the way that it's discussing the impact of active travel on younger people, on people with disabilities, including people with learning difficulties, just really talking very intelligently about the sort of intersectional way in which these measures can support our communities. And so I really want to welcome the quality, if you like, of that particular part of this report in terms of its impact assessment on equalities issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tracy Huffer.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I fully support the proposal of Elsie Whip, I'm disappointed with this document. The methodology has produced a document for Ludlow that's too busy and too difficult to understand, and it shows little understanding of the demographics of the area. Example of this has wrong street names, but quite right, the Deputy Leader said that those can't be changed, but it's worth noting that this was the main reason that a public consultation event last year was cancelled at the 11th hour, because it was predominantly riddled with wrong street names. So, you know, I really hope that those will be changed for the second time correctly. And I would suggest possibly, because of that cancelling of the public consultation, that is reinstated, and indeed it goes back to the public event. I'd also like to note that the document talks about small pockets of deprivation in the Ludlow area, predominantly sandpits, in 1.13. It doesn't mention Dodmore or Hamlet Road or Wayman Road. That is predominantly social housing with many major issues around deprivation. What I'd like to, ask, was there any discussion with Ludlow Food Bank? They would have been able to confirm the extent of the areas of deprivation in Ludlow, which I think are significantly larger than that it's sort of portraying in this document. Cleal was not even mentioned. It was mentioned in to do with widening pathways down for walking from Cleal to Ludlow, but it's also got, it's 90% social housing, and it's got a huge area of deprivation. These propose some major changes for Ludlow, and one of the original proposals that came forward at the beginning of this was the proposal for the possible closure of King Street, but I can't see anything in this document about this. It was an area of huge concern at the time for many residents and businesses who were vehemently against it, but it appears not to have much of a mention at all. Indeed, at a meeting, a very constructive meeting that Andy Boddington and myself and the Deputy Leader and officers attended, it was clearly stated that this would not happen and King Street would stay open, but I can't see this in here, and this is a real key thing for me, so I'd like to know, if, as that was stated, does that still stand? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Boddington.
This was quite a difficult process for Ludlow. As Tracy says, there's something of a theoretical approach, and there's a feeling that the report is more written to the methodology than written to the town, and it shows all the difficulties outside consultants. Ludlow's a difficult town to understand in terms of its movement. It's not particularly obvious. You might think it's the main roads, but there's an awful network, there's a complex network of paths and routes, crisscrossing little bits that don't quite join up, but do make ways of getting across the town. One of the critical things missing is it's very town-centred focused. In fact, I'm not sure I dare mention the term after some of the press in recent years, but Ludlow is 4 20-minute neighbourhoods, each with its own neighbourhood centre. I live in one, and I go to town 2 or 3 days a week, but I mostly shop at my neighbourhood centre, and that's walking distance, and that is a much better way of understanding Ludlow than thinking everything is a radial thing. It's not. We've sort of got there. The schemes we now have are pretty limited compared to what we might have been able to achieve in Ludlow. but I think they give us a basis for bidding if and when money becomes available. In Ludlow, Elsie Witt was followed by the Future Transport and Movement Plan for Ludlow, which Tracy referred to. This had good schemes, so it was always immediately scrapped. I still don't really understand why. The movement plan was replaced by an economic forum, which evolved in talks to become the Ludlow Ford Partnership. That's gone. It's stalled again. And apparently because the council can't find £100 of room hire for its first inaugural meeting. I saw Elsie Witt as being part of a continuous process, not just a definitive plan, but something that evolved over the years as Ludlow evolves, and as it grows into Ludford, which is coming onto another agenda, and as it grows. But at the moment, it's sort of stalled, and I don't feel in a very comfortable place. However, I will be voting for this item because at least it's a start. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Towers.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I may not have got all my thoughts together on this one. It's a while since I looked at it in detail, but we've been asked to adopt this as a final plan, and that's what concerns me to some extent, because I do realise that there's a limited funding for all this, but it centres itself around several settlements in the county towns and 10 kilometres around them. Now, the town of Wem is outside of the Whitchurch orbit in that sense, and I've got quite a keen group of elderly cyclists who like walking and cycling out, and have been on me ever since I was elected about this. What this plan therefore, and there's only so much more as I say, what this plan doesn't do, it seems to be it's a final plan. It's going to be these 10 areas or these number of areas we've got in view. But it doesn't, I think Rob Wilson referred to this earlier, it's not overarching enough. It doesn't give vision to where it would be going in the future. So what we would like to have or need to see for these people, even if our town centre is not going to be developed in cycling and walking in that sense, although it should be, is the infrastructure, like along the A49 to Whitchurch or down to Shrewsbury. That's where they want to go. That's going to be healthy to them. And it has nothing of that, even to say that's going to be a thing that's going to be considered in the future. So I need assurance that this is going to be put in the plan. If this is a final document, it isn't just about these areas identified so far and how they're going to work and integrate. It's actually about the whole county coming together and how we get to Market Drayton or how to get to Whitchurch or Ellesmere. That's the sort of thing that we want to see, and that I think would sell this plan better. I think, obviously, it's something we need. Like Councillor Boddington, we need to agree that there's a plan's in place. We want that. But it would give more certainty to our support for all these things if we could have from the portfolio holder some assurances in this one, because I know there'll be many disappointments. The roads themselves are incredibly dangerous, the A49, for example, and if there were cycle lanes. And the other thing I want to just add is, on the planning committee, it needs to be into the local transport plan. It needs to be integrated into all that. But when we're doing planning for housing estates and things like big ones, there needs to be some sort of walking and cycleways that fit into that local plan, that big structure that's already been there. So the developers help pay for the cost of the thing as it's been developed. And then all the county's got to do if they can. Now, it might be a bit idealistic, but it then connects up the bits that aren't there. So they need the developers to carry some of the cost for this as well. But we do need this overarching plan, and it doesn't appear to be here. And it certainly doesn't meet the needs of the constituents I represent. And it is largely about the whole-scale planning and seeing us connect to the rest of Shropshire and to our nearby market towns, because that's where elderly people want to bike out to and back from. That's their health, that's their exercise, that's them improving them. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
It's a pleasure to follow Councillor Towers and associate myself with everything he said. I think Councillor Nez has said we're approving the overarching principle and report. It feels to me the principle and over report is also missing. We're kind of here and we're missing the bit above that goes between it and the local transport plan. Now, at the outset, I will say I will support this. Shropshire has needed one of these for a long, long time. It was 2017 the government first brought in the guidance for producing an LC whip, and in that time I don't really want to think about how much funding we've missed out on because we didn't have one. But I don't think it's up there with the best of these in the country. It is going to need revision, and I think it's very disappointing that we've been brought to council a document which we've been told actually, yeah, there's lots of problems in it, but we'll fix those later. I don't think that's really how we should be going about our business, but I will support it. We need to invest in this for all sorts of reasons. We have an ageing population. We need people to be healthier. We need people to be healthier for a start because we need to reduce the cost on social care. And a healthier population would really help us with those costs. But it doesn't lay out the direction of travel for what our footpaths should be like. You all know I brought motions to the council before, like, can we get the hedges cut back on footpaths? They are atrocious across the county right now. Walking and everyday movement is one of the best things we can do for our population. But right now we're holding them back because so many of the footpaths in our county, you just can't walk along. In my own division, along the Mount, there is one footpath. There is a road which is meant to be 40 miles an hour, but most people drive in excess of that because they're coming off the faster roads nearby. And it's too narrow to get a pushchair down in some places. I have to fight with officers to get every single hedge cut back. The council can, I've said before, the council can enforce on residents and landowners where hedges need to be cut back to do it and reclaim the costs. It's not something that will cost the council money. We should be having discussions about what are the crossing times at pedestrian crossings. How often do you go to a pedestrian crossing, you push the button, you wait about a minute for the cycle to start. There's no good reason for that to be the case. People will talk about traffic flow, but really, if a pedestrian wants to cross the road, it doesn't matter whether they cross it now to the cars or in a minute. There are some crossings where it's changed, but there are simple things we can be doing across the county to make walking and cycling better for our residents. This is a good start. I won't vote against it. I will vote for this. We need to have one. But I am really worried that still, I've been on this council over 3 years now, we still don't have a local transport plan. We're told it's going to be an overarching document that other things will hang underneath. I don't think this document is sufficient to hang underneath that future local transport plan to talk about walking and cycling, the direction of travel this county is taking. The last thing I want to talk about is that really this should be creating networks for people walking and cycling in town. So there's no point building one route from A to B, because lots of people want to go from C to D to E to F. You need to have a network, and you look at across the county, it brings out the top 10 schemes. If we build those top 10 schemes, which would be great, we're going to have 10 separate lines in different parts of the county, which won't really change anything. And our residents will say to us, well, you've spent this money and nothing has changed. Because I still can't get where I want to go. No one is walking on these new paths. No one is cycling on these new routes. I'm driving on my car and there's no one on these. Why have you built them? Because we haven't built a network. There should be network aspirations in all of these areas. And as well as within the towns, there should be a network aspiration for the county as a whole. So I think it's a disappointing report. I think we have to look at how we went about procuring the consultants we employed. I think there are probably better ones out there, because I think, as Councillor Boynton said, it was in effect a desktop exercise where Shropshire got put into the Meatminster and out came their plan for us. I think it could have been done much, much better, but I will vote for it.
Okay. So I've got Councillors Tony Parsons, Rosemary Dartnell, Julian Dean, Kate Halliday, and then Viv Parry, and then I'm going to go back to the seconder, because I think, I thought I said Julia. I put down Julia Dean, sorry. You, Julia. And all right, and Kirsty, but that'll be it then.
Kirsty and Tom put their hands up as well.
Well, but with the amendment, we've been here for quite a long time on this, so that's okay. So, Councillor Tony Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we should support this proposal. It's a massive piece of work. There are many positive actions identified within it, which will benefit right across the county. I've particularly looked at the plan for Shrewsbury, and there's a lot in there that to be liked. I guess my issue is that obviously funding for these projects is going to be somewhat difficult, and anything that is identified as medium or long term, you're probably looking at 5 years and more into the distance. It's to be hoped that by some means that this timetable can be shortened, and that we see some of these very positive actions in the nearer future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary Dartnell. Next, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group strongly supports these plans for alternative travel provision as a significant positive move forward in general environmental conditions, traffic congestion and public health in some of our towns. Any increase in cycling and walking the public choose to make removes cars from our roads and therefore improves our carbon efficiency. We all know the Council has an important role in both influencing and encouraging such change. However, as Councillor Parsons has said, the timeframes and apparent lack of funding means that many of the measures needed right now will have to wait. Until priorities change, LC WIP remains a hope and nice to have rather than an essential part of the modern development of our Shropshire towns. Until these plans can become reality, we remain a car-focused council and a car-dependent county. The need for safe walking and cycling networks is urgent, and as the portfolio holder often says, build it and they will come. So let's find a way to build these networks and get Shropshire moving.
Thank you. Councillor Julia Evans. Get it right this time. It's only because I didn't have my glasses on.
Thanks. I think Evans is quite an easy surname around here.
It's Julia bit next to a Julian with a Julia. So there we go.
I was congratulated for my new job not long ago, and I had to point out I'm not Julia Buckley. Thank you. Although that's a great compliment. Yeah, it feels like a scattergun approach. And just to point out, there's a spelling mistake on the actual 14 there. There's quite a few name issues within the document and geographical issues within the document, because it's giving the wrong names for wrong roads. I just wanted to ask, because it's such a complex, huge document, are we going to have a members' update, even if it's grouped with, Shrewsbury and all the different areas together separately, so that we're not all sitting trying to get our own questions in? Because I've got loads of questions about the Revbrook area. You answered about the Bank Farm Road because there's no funding next to it. I just wanted to know, we're talking, if medium to long term is 5 years down the line, when are these going to start? Chromiel Lane, I couldn't find. This is a closure that's on, then it's off, then it's on again. We're now getting antisocial behaviour around the bridge there because the camera that we were promised isn't there. We just need a little bit more clarification, but yes, I absolutely agree. This is the first step and a great step forward, but we're not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kate Halliday.
Chair, the points I was going to make have already been made, so I think I'll save the chamber from them being repeated.
All right, that's unbelievably humane of you. Thank you. Councillor Viv Parry.
Won't be that humane. Can I just say that I appreciate this council for bringing people in who have looked at the pathways, the very small pathways, the cobbles and everything else on our footways and things in Ludlow. They are in a terrible state. We needed somebody fall every day with ambulance coming in, taking them away, some of them with very bad injuries. As the disabled person for Ludlow, I get the most complaints about the pathways and the footways. But I must say, that my daughter was brought into Leominster because she works at the blind school at Hereford, and they looked at what their blind people and disabled people would be looking for, and they are having Leominster done at the moment. It's going to take quite a long job, but at least if we get something decent, which I think they are going to get, it will be something for Ludlow. I am also worried about High Street and the other street, King Street in Ludlow. If we lose that, we lose our market. If they take the ability for traffic to get into town to go to the market, it's going to be the worst thing that ever happens. We already have two parts of Ludlow, one in Tower Street with shops and everything that are closed, and now things that are closed in the other streets and people not going through. We're very poor for tourists at the moment. I believe actually that the main thing is that we keep Castle Street car park open. I was told that they were going to make it into flats when they came to have a look. Flats, yes, beautiful view, she said, would make wonderful luxury flats, but people come in and out of Ludlow on the hour, half hour, they have half hour in and then they're gone. So we must keep that. But thank you very much to the council for doing what you did with all these, looking at the footpaths and everything. The worst thing we have actually is cars parking on the footpaths. We get lots of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I've got last on the list, Kirsty Hurst-Knight. Then I'm going to go back to the seconder and then to the proposer. Believe it or not, we've spent nearly an hour walking our way through this, or pedalling, depending on what your mode of transport is. So I think we've given it a really, really good going over. So, Kirsty.
There's just been quite a lot of referrals to schools, so I'd like to sort of clarify a few points. Absolutely, Councillor Huffer, we do look at deprivation-free school meals and the need. We've had 24 schools, I think we've got another 6 being awarded funding to increase the walking and cycling routes. That comes down to maintenance, cycle hubs, the scooter racks, everything that the school requires. So individual, to take your point, Councillor Evans, individual emails will go out to members to say what schools we're working with, what they've bidded for, what monies they've been awarded and what they're doing project-wise, because you don't need to know everything across Shropshire. Bikeability, school streets, community school zones, walking bus, I could go on and on and on about the work that we're doing with schools, active travel. But I think the point is that this feeds into the bigger picture of this document. This is a starting point, it's building blocks, there will be individual members' briefings. Yes, we know that this will attract monies for the infrastructure, Councillor Wilson. We do know that we need to do that sort of linked jigsaw piece of work, which has already started. So the work that I'm doing absolutely feeds into this and supports Councillor Nelling. So just wanted to make sure that you understood with the referral to schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let Councillor Tom Biggins just say a few words, because apparently he's had his hand up and down and I've managed to miss it the whole time. So, and because Kate was so nice, you can have her space. Tom.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to be really, really brief. The report is good in places, but not in others. I just want to very quickly look at the quantum of responses from the public, particularly and specifically for Whitchurch. We've got a population of 9,710, page 1. The consultation consisted of survey responses and an in-person roadshow. There were actually 33 survey responses according to the report, which is a tiny, tiny fraction of the population. And that's in stark comparison to the recent consultation on the future of the Civic Centre, where we had over 1,100 people saying that they want the Whitchurch Civic Centre rebuilt or repaired. Stark contrast, minuscule amount, 33, 1,100, quite big. One of the things I just want to bring to everybody's attention is W16, and this is the recommendation. Routes along High Street and Green End. Investigate reduction of traffic volumes and/or speed, or a timed closure to allow for a shared space with vehicular traffic. Well, to start off with, High Street Green End is one-way anyway. It has very wide footpaths. But more importantly, in the report on page 9, and this is in the in-person roadshow, and this is a direct contrast
to what is being recommended. And I read out, one of the standout points of discussion was the value which Whitchurch residents and residents of nearby villages attribute to their high street. Attendees emphasised the importance of this retail offering to the town and expressed concern that reducing access by any means might have an impact on traders as people are unwilling or unable to walk far whilst carrying shopping. And that's very much the point I think Viv was making about Ludlow. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
That's all right. That's fine. Nick, you reserved your right some time ago.
I just want to put in a plea on behalf of the smaller towns and larger villages, which Shropshire has a huge number of. They're notably missing completely from this report, but I'm hoping that taking the spirit of 3.3 in the recommendations, that when it comes to the next round of evaluation and looking, some of the smaller towns and the larger villages will get a bit of a look in. At the moment, what's happening is that if you, I don't know Wem as well as others do, but I certainly know Baschurch very well. The doctor's surgery is right at the bottom end of the village. Anybody who doesn't live within easy walking distance drives, as a result of which the car park is totally swamped, probably for 70–80% of the day. Many of the people who want to use the surgery could, if there was a safe cycling route, get there on a bike. And that applies even more to the outlying settlements. And again, most of our larger villages and small towns have outlying settlements. I happen to live in Western Lullingfields, which is a mile or two from Baschurch. You could easily cycle from there into Baschurch to go to the doctor's surgery, to go to the shop, or indeed for school children to go to the school. It isn't safe at the moment, but there are obviously ways in which you could turn a bridle way, for example, into a cycle route, not at great expense. So my plea, councillors, is let's look at active travel outside the main market towns and what's in the report now. Nothing wrong with what's there now. This is not an amendment of any sort. This is simply saying let's look at rural Shropshire as well as the market towns. Active travel can apply just as well in our rural communities. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nellins.
Thank you. There seems to be a bit of confusion on some of the things. For example, for the LCWIP and different projects, I mean, what was being talked about Ludlow was primarily the movement strategy for Ludlow, which was called and slightly different. The Meal Quarter is a separate project. School streets are separate projects. UKSBF funding for the Luft 2, they're all separate, but they all do lend in, and they're all things that are active travel, but they aren't actually part of the LCWIP. So that's why there's been a bit of confusion. I think we're all on the same wavelength. It's just how we're going about it. And I appreciate everybody's got their own geographical concerns and issues. I was on all of the, or most of the consultations, online, in person. There wasn't many people who took part in them, apart from Ludlow, where they were quite angry. And King Street's not lost because it's been taken out. But we can review this. We can review it. We can bring it back to Cabinet. The idea of the LCWIP to have a plan is so that we can show the people who are giving out the monies that we have got a plan. How we amend that and deal with the individual bits will become as funding comes available. You know, we have to start somewhere. We won't be able to do the whole. We can't just put cycle paths all over the place. I'm sure that would be a much larger carbon footprint than the North West Relief Road. However, you know, it's aspirations that we might want to get to at some stage. You know, in order to take and make safe cycling and walking in the centre of Shrewsbury may require a road somewhere else. There are things that have to be balanced off, but ultimately this is not about forgetting all these other projects. They all lend themselves into the same project. Some things, sorry, just want to talk about deprivation, Tracy. We don't pick the deprivation that comes from national statistics, where that comes from, so we can't just delegate, say that's a deprived area, except that comes from a database. But I think overall there should be, I get the feeling there's support for this. Yes, there's things that need put right. I do agree with Rob Wilson, the fact that maybe the consultant we had doing this could have been better. Hence, there's a lot of mistakes in road names, etc. But we can put that right. The bottom line is we've got a plan that can be adjusted, can be amended. It's for over 10 years. We can review it. We can look at the priorities. We speak to the towns and parishes involved, do what they want and what's there. And I beg you to make sure that your towns and parishes do get involved, because it's too late when it comes to somebody putting the spade in the ground and they say I don't want it. Get involved early. Thank you very much.
Okay. As I say, that has been rather lengthy, but rightfully so, if it's important enough to everybody, which I'm sure it is. I know it is. There are 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Brian, put your hand up. Oh, right, that wasn't an abstention, that was just a legacy hand. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, I have a request has been made from me, which I am going to, if everybody's content to, accede to, that we bring item 18 forward, as I believe the portfolio holder's mother's not very well. Is that correct? Is anybody not happy for me to do that so that the portfolio holder, Dan, can get off to check on his mum? Okay, Dan. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. Council, I'd like this report to be read in the context of part of the answer I gave to Councillor Williams in the member questions. In April 24, 3,192 potholes were repaired, which was a 29% increase on April 23 with the same resources. But the number of potholes identified in April 24 was 7,577, a 66% increase on April 23. So potholes repaired in April 24 versus 23 increased by 718, but the number reported increased by 3,013. So you can see the lift in the baseline that we have due to the very inclement weather conditions we had over the winter. This highlights the challenges for the highways team and what they have faced. Inevitably, a lot of time in the highways department is dedicated to the largest infrastructure project to be taken on by the council, the North West Relief Road. However, there is so much more to this department than this. There's the highways maintenance that I've touched on. Street Scene has had a new executive manager put in. Fix My Street has improved in the feedback loop it's had. We've had regular meetings with the software team on that, and I believe my certainly the email traffic I've had on roads being repaired and not that's certainly improved. The mixed economy model is working in terms of driving costs down. Car parking has been debated extensively and scrutinised through a call-in process. On the North West Relief Road, I am encouraged by the new government's manifesto, which emphasises a significant investment in infrastructure and committing to increasing public investment to improve UK infrastructure, including roads. I note that Sir Keir Starmer recently said that he wants to take the brakes off Britain, and economic growth is a massive thing. So what better way to help that in Shropshire than to complete the process of building the North West Relief Road? I move this report and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay. So we don't need a seconder because this is a reported way for reporting. I've got Julian Dean. Crikey, hold on. Put your hands up and keep them up, please, if you would. Julian.
Thank you. I've got, I'm afraid, 8 questions. So the first one is, so I think you've stated that there is, if I get the double negative right, there's no reason to believe that the new government will not commit to fully funding. Do you have any reason to believe that they will commit to fully funding, and in particular, given how important it was to the scheme, to the revival of the scheme from its grave, the backing of the previous MP, have you had any backing from the new MP for the scheme? That's the question 1. Question 2, you state that DFT Network North money will be part of the fallback. Based on your calculation, does that mean that the DFT Network North money, which could be funding, for example, elements of the LC WIP or LTP4, whenever we get to see that, or improved public transport, will now, on your, assuming we don't get full government funding, will now go totally into the North West Road? That seems like a bit of a disaster. You also state that you'll be looking to develop contributions from Sue West to go towards the North West Road. Will the full business case actually reflect that? In other words, will you now be using that as a justification for the North West Road, which wasn't previously part of that justification for the road? And does that mean that we will now have no money left over for the essential infrastructure for that development, should the government not come forward with the money that you would like to see? And finally, what guarantee do you have that the contractor estimates, which you're relying on for the full business case, that you can actually deliver a road to the costs that they provide you with?
Thank you. Rosemary Dartnell, then Rob Wilson, then Colin Taylor, then Kevin Pardy, then Vic Parry. If there's any names that I've missed, Roger, I'll shove you in there, Roger.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Morris, of course, speaks of the North West Relief Road in his report, so I'd like to speak about it too. Mr Oldacre's public question this morning about mid-works flooding was answered summarily, talking of risk and risk sharing. But concerns about a major construction project that relies on vast piling structures being planted in a floodplain without piercing the aquifer beneath represent a risk. Frequent flooding presents a serious threat to construction. Any partially completed columns, heavy machinery can be lost completely or damaged beyond repair. It's hard to imagine how contractors will be able to complete piling works when flooding happens throughout winter and spring, when perhaps a 6-month window only is open each year. This represents, in my opinion, a serious risk to the project and therefore a risk to the council. In item 10.6, the report speaks of funding. It's noted the portfolio holder, colleagues, the council rely on a flying visit comment from a former minister of a former government close to a general election to imply government has committed to fund the North West Relief Road, but I thank him for acknowledging that no funding has actually been confirmed in writing. What happens with the current government, we've yet to discover. The fallback plan states that match funding has now been put together from S106 and SIL monies. Yes, from SUI West, but is it from other place areas that this funding derives? Perhaps it explains why large amounts of previously planned and announced local projects have simply disappeared from the agenda. Examples include £1 million SIL in South East Shrewsbury for Otley Road development into public open space with a nice bus gate to limit through traffic in a new residential area, all ready for consultation but now reduced to a mere speed limit reduction. Another example is the £4.5 million for Central Bridge North, approved by Cabinet in early 2022 but later summarily removed by a Cabinet member saying the scheme was expected to be self-funding. In the interest of transparency, it's time for an all-member briefing updating SIL and S102 spending across the county. There's no mention in the report of the cycle and pedestrian paths proposed for the North West Relief Road. I was surprised and disappointed at Cabinet to be told the Council relies on the predated commencement of this project to avoid compliance with LTN 120 safety standards for anyone using the planned 60-mile-an-hour elevated road other than in a car. Why does the Council have so little ambition for anything other than motor transport?
Thank you. I'll was just checking that wasn't a pause for breath. That's caught me out once already today. Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. Just following, there was a point about, I think there has been a suggestion that Network North money might get used for the North West Relief Road. Now, I'm reading from the Shropshire Star in February when the Cabinet member met the Roads Minister, Guy Opperman, in a, as it says, a freezing cold South Shropshire car park to announce that money. And the Roads Minister, Guy Opperman, said at that time that the money could not be used for the North West Relief Road. It was for other things, such as potholes and pedestrian crossings and that kind of thing. So I'd like some clarification as to whether Network North money could or could not be used for the North West Relief Road. Secondly, I just noted in the report that I searched for the word foot, wasn't there, walk wasn't there, cycle wasn't there, pavement was mentioned once, and that was only in the context of that our pavements are in very poor quality, and that's noted in the NHT survey. So I would like to see these kind of reports actually mentioning the whole. We see it's the report of highways, and the highway is hedge to hedge. It is the roadway, the carriageway, but also the footpaths and the cycleways as well. So I'd like to see these reports actually looking at that in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of comments. First of all, street scene. I see that it's going to be re-envisaged and transformed. Are members going to be consulted on how this is going to go? Because at the moment it is, well, it says here, in other words, it's really not fit for purpose. We've obviously cut down street cleaning from the roads in my village being done once a month to once a quarter. The gutters then fill up with all sorts of detritus. You get heavy storms like we're getting recently. Wash all the detritus down the drains, and the drains are all silted up and blocked, which brings me on to Fix My Street. So I go on to Fix My Street and take some photographs of blocked drains, weeds coming out of the top of them, and say, this is taken in X road, but it's indicative of all the various other roads in my village. Can someone come? So I get a reply from Fix My Streets, oh yes, we'll attend to Dadderbrook Road, but you'll have to report all the other roads individually. That is a nonsense, surely. Somebody can read a report and say, we need to go to that area and get it fixed. The other thing then, I'll jump to capital expenditure on the highways, Chairman. We're very grateful for having the repairs on the A442 done over the last few months, major patchwork and restructuring of one section of the road, and then a redressing of about 6 miles, and then relining. It is the most shoddy job you could ever imagine, and it's a joke on the local village chat scenes. They didn't even clean the gutters before they came and tarred. They just sprayed the tar and the filling over the weeds. It's been done 2 weeks now, and already the weeds are coming back through the tarmac. There's a dip on the A442 between the Dudmaster National Trust site and Coma Woods, which frequently gets flooded, and there was a big build-up of grit and detritus on the highway there. Whenever there's a heavy storm, there's always water out across half the highway there. They didn't even remove the grit. It's tarred straight over, so you can see there's a great big lump. When they had done the pre-patching before the pre-dressing, I got onto the capital manager and sort of said, look, some of the work that they've done has already failed. It failed within 3 weeks of being done. It sunk. Oh, he said, we'll get it fixed before they do the dressing. Did they? No. The dressing was laid on top, and you've still got the failures. So we really do need someone to get a grip and ensure that when these capital jobs are being done for highways, we are getting value for money. Because as far as I can see, we're not, Chairman. Something needs to be addressed urgently.
Thank Thank you. Councillor Kevin Pardee.
Thank you, Chair. I don't wish anybody to think I'm being facetious, but one of the questions I've got is that you've named the number of potholes that have been repaired. Do you name do you count the number of visits to these potholes? I had a pothole repaired about a year ago, and within 3 weeks it needed doing again. So do you count that as 2 potholes or 1 pothole? Also, the Fix My Street, I've been sending in requests for potholes to be repaired, and over the last year or so, and so are some of my ward members, if you wish, and they're not being done. And finally, is it true that Severn Trent are working in the northwest of Shrewsbury in preparation for the Northwest Relief Road? I've been told this, and apparently there's a letter going around on social media that proves that it is. I just think it's a bit early when we're not too sure what we're going to be doing with the Northwest Relief Road.
Thank you. Councillor Viv Parry.
I'm going to read something from what came through this week, so I hope you're all listening. 4.1. The quality and integrity of Shropshire's road network is crucial for the prosperity of the county. And the highways service is highly visible service that plays a big part in shaping the council's reputation. Well, the reputation for this council is not very good. And most visitors tell me that the roads are abominable and they're worse than Hereford, and that is saying something. How can we say that the overall service is being reduced? It's been reduced in money and service. How can we say that to highways? Highways, these people that work at highways work very hard, and I know that. When you have reduced their money over the years by $1 million a year sometimes, you cannot expect people to keep reducing things and expect the same quality of work. And I will say that for them, and I wanted to say that because people are really upset about it. They really try very hard. And the other thing is nothing is being sprayed at all. We have got the biggest weeds growing in Ludlow you have ever seen in your life, and they were only sprayed 5 weeks ago. I think they sprayed them with something that has made them twice the size. There's something to shout about it. So the overall feedback in Shropshire is that we are steady at 45%. This remains slightly below the national average. I think you will find that the damage that some of the cars that we get is not satisfaction at all. We get a lot of people complain about the damage to the cars, and I get a lot of garages that tell me, because I've just had a big job done in a garage, oh, you want to see how many people we get coming here now. We really got lots and lots of work. You're going to have to wait for a month to have your car done. And that is because of the damage from the roads. Now, I could go on about it. I must tell you that one of the better ones that you've put in are Evanses. Evanses, who are doing the roads, are doing quite a good job in Ludlow. They've filled Station Road up, haven't they? And they've filled some of the really big potholes. They've not done a couple of your little roads yet. But I'm sure they'll get round to it. So please, I will give credit to Evanses. They have worked very hard. But the rest of it, very, very poor.
Thank you for the praise, Person. That's much appreciated by all of us. No, I know. Okay. Councillor Roger Evans. Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. Several issues I want to bring up. First one is in 10 Shrewsbury North West Relief Road. I wish the portfolio holder and others employed by the council stop using the words full planning consent has been issued for the North West Relief Road. Conditional planning consent has been issued. Until the 106s, full planning consent cannot legally be issued. And I just wish the phrases used would correct that, because it has not been yet granted. which will also affect, of course, the outline business case. So whether that comes to the council in September, we will wait to see until we see the agenda. Rural areas, and my colleague over the other side of the chamber picked up something that I would want to bring up, and I wondered about bringing it up under the LC whip, and that is the narrow lanes, being able to walk up and down those in the villages and the lanes. Some of my parishes have been trying to get quiet lanes agreed to be put up, which other councils have been using for years, and I'm told no work will be done on that until the LTP4 is carried out. They want to walk down those roads, and they keep having to dive into hedges because of the speed of vehicles. We need signs in those, but there is a total refusal to devote any staff to it. Compulsory purchase order. I noticed that came forward yesterday at the Cabinet, and other councillors have asked for compulsory purchase, or need compulsory purchase orders in order for roadworks to be carried out and repairs. Refusal. We haven't got the expertise, we haven't got the money, we can't do it. Parishes want to carry out work in their area. They wish to put up gates. They want to do various things in their area using their own sill. Nothing. No money available, no staff available in highways to actually look at that work and agree that it can go on. Yesterday I asked a question on behalf of Councillor Wagner about the shuts in Shrewsbury and the need for it, and asked for a plan on when they were going to be done. Nothing. And finally, Pleely, the village where I live, it has some narrow roads, narrow lanes around it, and picking up the comments about potholes, we had the road closed for nominally 2 days, but went on for 5 days, with a crew of 7 employed the whole time doing it. The repairs have lasted 6 weeks, and the roads now there are as bad as they were before they went. So we do need some work carried out on the roads, which do not need to be repeated and repeated and repeated. And then we get a message from the council that we've repaired 1,000 potholes. You've repaired a lot of them 5 and 6 times in that. The actual ones in the roads have not been permanently repaired. So highways, we do have problems with it. We need to really look at it and see how we can guarantee the work that is carried out and is paid for by the taxpayers in Shropshire. Thank you.
Thank you. I have got Councillor Ed Towers and then Councillor Joyce Barrow, and then I am minded to go back to the portfolio holder who, if you remember earlier, we gave the 10-minute reply to. So, Ed Towers, he's going to need it too, I think.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just 2 things really. I wonder with these problems in highways that it's to do with the contract with Kia that we have most of our issues possibly, because in my patch certainly it's Kia work that's been contracted to a subcontractor that comes down from Merseyside and does the work. It's not actually Kia per se. That's how it's worked. I have to say the minor works teams that the Shropshire Council have got, especially the drainage one, have been brilliant in our part of the world, and I just wish they could be expanded more because they do an excellent job. The one I wanted to bring up was for you, was just get this in here. Sorry, it's gone off. Was car parking. You know, obviously, Councillor Morris, that I've been very concerned about the town and vis-a-vis car parking charges elsewhere in the county. When you mentioned there's a review, you're committing to a review, I would welcome that, and I would urge that when that takes place, either the local member is involved where those car parking charges are particularly of concern, or a cross-party group is organised to actually help advise you and your officers as you come to a decision, because I don't think we've quite got the right balance between the different market towns and the way it's working. There's a basic injustice that keeps wrinkling away in my patch. Thank you.
And Joyce Barrow.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that everyone in this room has problems with potholes and verges and hedges, etc. However, I want to balance up some of the negativity that's come out of our members here. There are good points in the highways team. And I'd like to thank you, Dan, for the work you've been doing, because it's one of the worst jobs, I should imagine, on the Cabinet. Street scene, I'd like to talk about first. It has an excellent lead now. The changes that have been made there are bearing fruit. In my village, I had 3 tons of rubbish dumped on one of my lanes. That was cleaned up within 3 days, and it was a long job, and it was really well done, and I had many compliments of people. Fix My Street. For those of you who've been here a long time, you'll know it wasn't very good when it started off. It is getting better and it is improving. It's not there yet, but it is getting there. I think we have to bear in mind that the people who work in highways, I think you said it, Viv, do an excellent job. They work very, very hard. So whilst it's easy to pick up on negativity, there are some really good things going on in highways, and I'd like everybody to try and appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morris. As agreed, the clock says 5, but it should say 10, because that's what we agreed to earlier. You don't have to take it all, as the advice given earlier was, but you do have a lot of questions, so if you need it, use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Quite a lot of questions there, so I apologise if I missed some of them. Please do feel free to email me directly. In terms of the North West Relief Road and funding, council officers have a meeting with DFT officials this week. But as I said, there is no reason to believe that the same funding that was announced by the previous department cabinet member for highways, that won't happen again. What is there not to like about a huge investment into our economy in Shrewsbury and Shropshire, and it ticks all the boxes of the Labour Party manifesto. Build it and they will come, as Councillor Dartnell said. Sue West was always the case that Section 106 and capital receipts would help contribute to the costs of the scheme and the active transport improvements to the Welsh Pool Road. Councillor Dartnell, we really, in terms of risk, we've got to learn to trust the science and the design experts rather than speculation. We've been building roads over rivers for a long, long time in this country, and this is the most modern road build that will have been about going across the river. So, you know, we just got to trust the experts. Mark Harper's statement was made in October last year and not into the run-up to the election. There is no link with other schemes in the capital programme or priority schemes list. Just a little bit more about opposition councillors, and you know, everyone wants less traffic in Shrewsbury. So at what point are people going to recognise that in order to take traffic out of town, you have to create some capacity elsewhere? You can't just have one without the other. Councillor Taylor, I think what you're describing is runoff from fields, and there are some very good council officers that do meet up with local landowners to try and help deal with the problems. You know, a lot of it is sort of riparian flooding, falling, you know, coming off the roads, and like, as I alluded to, we've had a lot of rain over the winter period, and that has impacted on the quality of the roads. Councillor Pardy, our new system of dealing with potholes means we flipped from 20% first time fixed to 80% first time fixed, so it's not perfect, but we are getting better. Councillor Parry, our teams, you know, we do work very hard with very limited resources, and our backlog of repairs is much lower than many other local authorities. I'm not going to mention names, but I do know of councils similar to Shropshire in its rural area where with potholes and defects are double what we've got. Councillor Evans, over 60% of our 3,500 mile road network is either C or unclassified. We have to prioritise high volume and high speed roads for obvious reasons, and we'll continue to press government for additional resources. Also, you know, 3 or 4 months ago, Councillor Evans, there were some repairs being made to your part in your patch, and you make a complaint about not having too much time, not having enough time to get it repaired, to be planned for it, and it gets pulled. So, you know, if things like that happen and repairs don't get made, there are consequences to your actions. Councillor Towers, yes, I think it's a good idea to involve local members in reviews to car parking. I think that's a good idea. And, you know, should I be in place when that happens, then I'll push for that. Councillor Barrett, thank you very much for your comments. There was a lot of negativity around here, but our officers do very, very well with very, very limited resources. If I haven't answered any questions, please feel free to email me directly, and I'll be happy to reply. Thank you.
Okay. Personal explanation, Chairman. It was referred to about a refusal to allow any work. That is not my remit, but if I'm told 24 hours before a major A road is closed,
yeah, if you don't agree,
it is being closed next week.
I'm content for you to say you don't agree, so that's seen on the live feed, but that's as far as it needs to go, and you can discuss that with the portfolio holder after the meeting if you choose to. But it is noted, as I say on the live feed, that you disagree with that. Okay. Dan, thank you very much. I hope your mother is feeling better or okay very soon. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to bounce back to item 15, which is the adoption of the Bishop's Castle Neighbourhood Plan. I'm going to invite Councillor Chris Schofield as the portfolio holder to present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's quite straightforward, this one, I think. Everybody agrees with it, I hope. That this council recommends Shropshire Council, as the local planning authority, adopts the Bishop's Castle Neighbourhood Development Plan as set out in Appendix 1 and brings it into force with immediate effect as part of the development plan for Shropshire. I would like to thank Bishop's Castle Neighbourhood Plan Steering Group and Bishop's Castle Town Council and Shropshire officers for all their hard work in producing this plan. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's being seconded. Is it by you, Hilary? Yeah, okay. This shouldn't need a lot of debate, hopefully, but I have had 2 indications already. Are you reserving your right? All right. Ruth Houghton, and did I see your arm go up and down again, Gwilym? No. Good. Nice to know. And I don't mean that in a horrible way. Okay, Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really very pleased to see this plan at the final stage of the process for adoption by this council. It's been a long process interrupted by the pandemic, but we have got there. And I'd particularly like to record thanks to the steering group who are all volunteers and who worked really hard with the town council in sort of crew team effort to deliver that, particularly around the character assessment, which is a piece of social history in its own right by recording what the current position is. So I'm very pleased to see this here, and I can say from the town council meeting on Tuesday night that they're also delighted that it's at this stage as well. Thank you.
Well, we haven't approved it yet, but I'm sure that won't be a problem. Hilary. Okay. Well, we are asked to that the authority makes the Bishop's Castle plan and brings it into force with immediate effect as part of the development plan for Shropshire. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Okay. Thank you very much. And well done to you and team of volunteers. Community governance reviews. I'm going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, the portfolio holder for Finance and Corporate Resources and Communities, to present the report. Move that the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. Members will be aware that this process has been ongoing to look at the boundary reviews since we had the
changes to the unitary wards imposed on us by the local government boundary review last year. And we are on quite a strict timetable to get these actually completed so that we can get them ready for the local elections in May 25. We have a cross-party working group which has met on a regular basis, and I think this is either the third or fourth report that I've brought forward to you with the recommendations therein to get concluded. I also note at this time, and I thought I'd explain it in my introduction, that Councillor Boddington wishes to put in an amendment that Ludlow is actually taken out of the recommendations, which doesn't actually give us what will happen to it thereafter. Now, this was discussed at length at the Ludlow issue at the cross-party working group, because we have Ludford Parish who wishes to stay as they are, as does the ward member, Councillor Viv Parry, which we respected, but then we have the town council who thinks Ludford should become part of the town council. So we took the conclusion that this was actually tidying up the unitary boundary wards at this time, and it would be wrong of us as a community governance group to look at one parish in isolation with Ludlow. But as I have stated on many occasions, once we get through the local elections, we will be having a full community governance review across the whole county and around all the market towns like Ludlow, Bridge North, Oswestry and everywhere else. In our view, you couldn't look at one parish in isolation. You have to take the holistic view of the whole lot. So if you look at the recommendation at 7.5, Ludlow, that no changes are made to the current arrangements at this time. So that means that when we can actually take the holistic view at Ludlow, all the members who are elected there after the local elections can then have the conversation, the consultation with their communities and decide what the new picture for the whole of Ludlow should look like, not just a little bit. So I would kindly ask if Councillor Boddington will withdraw his amendment. It is only 10 months to the next election and the process can all start again. I move the recommendations as stated in the paper. Thank you.
Okay, and that is being seconded by Nick. Thank you. I've already taken Nick. Sorry, Viv. You want to turn your microphone off? Or are you going to reserve your right?
Reserve my right, yeah.
All right. Just pop your microphone off then. Thank you very much. Okay, so...
Chair, my amendment stands. It's not withdrawn.
Okay, so put your hand up and put your amendment forward.
Thank you.
That's all right, you're welcome.
We've heard from Councillor Butler some of the background, but the suggestion that we haven't had a debate about all of Ludlow and the only significant boundary which is in Ludford is wrong. It's part of the review, and also I was looking back through my notes, or rather through my blog, and I first used the phrase the Ludford question 10 years ago. And this may seem a minor thing in the context of Shropshire. In Ludlow, it really is quite a major issue. And the reason that it's a major issue is because we're expanding. What we've got at the moment is a sort of ticky-tacky sticking bits on with no coherent planning, and we don't have the right governance structure for coherent planning. Now, okay, there'll be another review, but what if that doesn't conclude, and when? What we heard from the government yesterday was going to have compulsory housing targets, and those will come in very quickly. If the government can keep going its paces now, it'd be very uncomfortable. It's pretty certain that Shropshire will end up having to take more homes, whether we like it or not. And we don't quite know the mechanism yet, but we will. Now, Ludlow and Ludford will need to take our part in that. And although some people are completely against any more development, we just have to face the reality of the world we live in, and we have a desperate shortage of some types of housing in Ludlow, particularly smaller houses and larger family houses, family social houses are a significant problem. we need to get in place the right governance structure to do that and to manage the town and manage its services. And we don't have that, and if we keep delaying it, we'll probably never have it. And so I think it's important that we actually tackle this now, simply at the moment by not agreeing to say anything about Ludlow and Ludford, rather than saying it's okay now. It's not okay now. It's not been okay for a decade. And there will be a later review, okay. But let's just say, okay, we're not saying anything now because we have no agreement over the Ludford question. If we approve it now, we're saying, well, this does for now. Well, it doesn't do for now. It didn't do for yesterday, it didn't do for the year before. So I would like to keep this in. I may well lose the vote, but nevertheless, I'm making a principle here. The council, so the recommendation actually is, or the amendment is, that the council accepts the recommendations in paragraph 3.1 of the report and paragraph 4, with the exception of 4B, Ludlow, Ludford. Thank you.
Very good. Viv, I assume this is the one that you wanted a second.
I did not want to second this.
You did.
I wanted to second what Mr. Butler has said, not
Okay. All right. So Tracy, have you? Yeah. In a second. Give me a second. Tracy, you've seconded it. Do you wish to speak now, or are you going to withhold your own? Right. Okay. Viv, go on then.
Right. I'd like to say thank you to the council for making the decision that you only look at it after the next elections. I appreciate that, because Ludford is one of the oldest parishes in and around Ludlow. It was in the Doomsday Book when it first came out. But there are a lot of parishes, and I have all those parishes. They are all on my patch. I am the only councillor that has 5 parishes. I am on the town council, and I am also a Shropshire councillor, and I go to every single meeting. It's important to me that I go to my parishes as much as I go to the town council, who really, personally, I think can't manage anything that they're doing at the moment anyway. I must say that the residents, and I went round during the election, I went on most people's doors, in the new houses this was, and all of them said, when we bought our houses, we knew that we were moving to Ludford, and the reason we came here was because we wanted to come into a small parish. And yes, we do not want, at present, but we would like to think about whether we would eventually want to move into Ludlow, but we want the representationals of different people to come to us and explain why we would want to do that. Now, that has not been done for us as yet. It was just dropped on their lap, and they were told, this is what we want you to do. Now, these are intelligent people, and I must honestly say that some of them are of two minds, really. They want to stay in Ludford. They have got beautiful new homes, and they really like it at the moment. But they don't want somebody coming from the outside yet. They want to think about it, whether they want to stay as Ludford or whether they eventually want to move into Ludlow. So I would like to say that I think that what you have decided is very good, and we must give them a chance to do that. I will tell you that the town council were not interested in Ludford at all, and I've been going to parish meetings for 25 years to Ludford. They were not interested in them as a parish before the money came from the new houses, and that is what they're interested in, is having the money. So, and that is, I'm going to leave it at that. But I really think that small parishes, my 5 small parishes, have their own ideas of how they want to be governed and how they want to do things for people in their parishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Viv. Tracy, are you taking this as your right as seconding now, yes?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I concur with everything that Andy has said. Unfortunately, this has gone on for probably longer than 10 years, this debate between Ludford and Ludlow Town Council. The whole infrastructure is fragmented. They work against each other, whereas they should be working together for the whole of Ludlow and the Interlands. Ludford do not contribute in any way towards any of the service provision in Ludlow, and yet they enjoy the service provision that Ludlow Town Council provides and funds. And I think in an age when it's more than likely that more will be piled on Ludlow Town Council with regard funding of service provision, and indeed they may be asked to take on more service provision, I think it's wholly unfair that Ludford enjoys a smaller council tax, should I say, the people in the new houses there, and that's why they wanted to move there, because they actually enjoy a substantially less council tax, but still enjoy all the service provision of the town. And I think this has gone on for longer than 10 years. It's been as long as I can remember, and they need to work together. And I think it would be benefit to the whole of Ludlow, if both Ludford and Ludlow could come together and work as one.
Thank you. Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. Here we have a good example of how we work. It's called community governance. No politics, community governance, and the community should come first. I'm disappointed that Shropshire has not carried
out... Point of order, Mr Chairman. The seconder has spoken. So
we are talking about the amendment, Roger.
Yeah, I am.
All right.
The seconder has spoken, though, Chair.
Yeah. Through you, Chairman, it doesn't matter. The seconder can choose when they speak.
Roger, I'm going to let you carry on anyway because it's my meeting, so...
Can I continue?
Yeah, that's what carry on is.
Community governance. I'm disappointed that Shropshire has failed to carry out what it promised to do, a community governance review. It says that it wasn't done because of the Electoral Commission doing all different things, but it's been promising for years to do it. There are many, many communities in Shropshire who put in their submissions to the community governance review, and they've all been parked until after the May 25 elections. I would hope that wherever the new council meets after 25, it does actually look at the community governance, because it does need to be looked at. We are where we are. I attended one of the community governance reports as a substitute and was told there's no substitute because it is just a group discussing it. However, I was permitted to speak, but it was covered. No parishes were involved in it. No parishes went along to it, and as far as I'm aware, no parishes were actually consulted on it without this report coming out. There are many large towns who have similar problems, and I echo that in problems in inverted commas, to Ludlow. Oswestry, Bridgenorth, Whitchurch, all their resources are being paid for by those town councils, but used by the surrounding parishes. So it does need to be looked at, because there is expansions going on, more houses being built, but it is a community issue, and that's what we should be doing. So here we have a free vote to do what it is, because it's community, community, community. There is no politics, or should be no politics involved. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Gwilym, I allowed Roger to carry on because Tracy Huffer was going to speak, but deferred to Viv, who was keen to say a bit. So I wasn't bringing her in last because she didn't withhold her right. She said she would speak, but allowed Viv to go first. So Roger, my interpretation is you had every right to speak. It is not an easy job in the chat, and when people try and give you guidance, it makes it that little bit harder. So I do my best for everybody in an even-handed and fair way. Okay, so I do have a couple of speakers now, Claire Wild, then Leslie Picton. Claire.
Thank you. My take on all this was that the parliamentary boundary review had to be completed, and then the divisional boundary review had to be completed before we could look at the parishes. So by the time we got round to doing this, we really had a very short time to do it. The officers worked incredibly hard, and we all came to the conclusion that actually, because we had such a short space of time, we could only do a few things, and what we'd do was we agreed to leave everything else until after the elections when we had more time, because if you make decisions quickly, you end up making mistakes, and we didn't want to do that, and we did want to be embracing and inclusive, but we simply didn't have the time, and I think that was made clear to Councillor Evans at the time. So I just wanted to give everyone a bit of context in that it really was a short space of time and everybody worked their socks off. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I've got Leslie, and then I think we've probably had a fair bit of debate because we are still debating the amendment at the moment. Leslie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Wilde has actually said some of what I was going to say, but I think Councillor Evans is summing up at the end, if you like, when he talked about Oswestry and Shrewsbury. I don't suppose there might be some members in the room that haven't got one of those issues in their parish, but I've certainly got a number of those. But not all of them are agreed. And the moment you start having to work with parishes where there isn't an agreement, it makes it really difficult. So we just simply didn't have the time. So as Councillor Wilde said, the group agreed that we would go with those divisions that needed to be tidied up following the boundary review. Everything else will be done May 25 onwards.
Thank you. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a lot has been stated, and it was obviously when the Boundary Commission came in, we weren't legally allowed to actually undertake any other alterations while their remit of altering our unitary boundaries were under course. And Councillor Evans knows this, and he constantly goes on to say we didn't do it. Well, the fact was we weren't legally allowed to do it. And what we're doing now is just in the time frame to get it ready for the local elections in 2025. And the fact you say we haven't consulted the communities, well, you obviously haven't been listening to the last 3 or 4 times I've been delivering, this is what we're going to go out and consult about. And then we had the response, and then we had the response, and we went out and consulted again. So there's a bit of hypocrisy there, Councillor Evans, because we have consulted twice already. I do understand that there is not an agreement yet in Ludlow, but as I say in the recommendation, the caveat is at this time. We will revisit it when we can give it the time it deserves to consult with all the communities around Ludlow and get it done, I would hope, before we have to review the next 5-year land supply so it answers all Councillor Boddington's questions. Please turn down the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to move to the vote on the amendment. All those who support the amendment, please show. Crikey. All those, well, I'm not even going to ask for against because there's only 2 hands up, so it just, no, I don't think there's much point in you getting up and counting it because it's clearly being defeated. Okay, so we move back to the original report, although I think that's been touched on quite a lot already. However, yes.
Councillor Nigel Lumbey. I just want to show a success story to this process, and I want to thank officers and councillors on the review working group for their hard work on this review. If I can say a little bit about the background, Albrighton Parish Council and Donington with Boscobel have worked together during this process to promote our amalgamation. One of the main drivers being the recent ward boundary changes meant that 40% of Donington went into the Albrighton Parish. This was very sensible as this area was actually within the Albrighton boundary really. However, this would have meant a 40% loss of precept for Donington. This small council is responsible for and spends most of its money on flood prevention work on the brook and Donington Nature Reserve at the top of Albrighton. Albrighton, at risk of flooding, would have then got more money and Donington all the responsibility. Don't get me wrong, the two councils have worked together and pro rata funded a lot of activities in Albrighton as the main provider of facilities, including the library, so it made perfect sense to join as one. There is a little fly in the ointment, is the review's decision to split Albrighton, part of the new parish, into 2 wards. You will have seen the late representation from a long-standing Albrighton Parish Councillor who mirrored the disappointment felt at Albrighton Parish Council's meeting last Thursday. Albrighton believe it is best served by 1 ward. There is no parish, ward, boundary issue requiring it to be split into 2. I would appreciate if the review team could have another look at that. 1 Albrighton ward and 1 Donington and Baskerville. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the seconder then, because nobody else has indicated. Councillor Nick Bardsley.
Thank you, Chairman. Very quickly, I want to echo what other councillors have said, that I think we all have rural areas, we have parish boundaries that need sorting out. Some of them will be agreed readily, some of them won't be. It's not a task that should be rushed, and it's much better to do it this time next year with after the elections. Can I just thank the working group both for sorting out a particular difficulty as between Beaumer Heath and Baschurch, which has been complete nonsense for a long time, with a parish boundary going through the middle of houses as well as in the middle of Walford Heath. But also thank you to the working group for agreeing to a perfectly sensible proposal from Baschurch Parish Council, who were fully consulted all the way through. Councillor Roger Evans is not right that parishes were not consulted. And Baschurch Parish Council wanted a particular allocation of parish councillors in the enlarged parish, and that's been agreed. So a big thank you to the working group. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Gwilym.
Just finally to comment, take Nigel's comments, and there's no reason why they can't be looked at when we do the overall review. Moving forward, I move the recommendations as stated in the paper. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. There are 2 recommendations, 3.1 and 4. I don't know why it's 3.1 when there's only 1 part to it, but there you go. Okay. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? 3 abstentions. Okay, so that has passed. Thank you, members. Item 17 is the annual report of performance management scrutiny. So I'm going to invite Councillor Claire Wild, who chairs that one, to present the report, please. Claire.
Okay, thank you everybody. I shall be brief because this report is just a note. So this is actually a combined report, so it's 22-23 when it was the Performance Management Committee, and the 23-24 report, which is the Transformation and Improvement Scrutiny Committee. And just a few highlights really. I think we've been working very hard, and over the past 2 years our performance data that we've had to look at has improved incredibly. So we now have a lot of data to look at, and I thank everybody who's involved in the committee in providing us with all the information. I'm quite happy to take any questions if anybody's got any. Thank you, Chairman.
Julian.
I just wish to express thanks to Councillor Wild. We don't have a green seat on the committee, but I regularly attend, and she welcomes my contributions, so thank you for that.
I'm sure she will take that in the way that it was said. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, Claire, you got paid a compliment. Do you need to respond to that, or are you content for me to just to move on?
No, only to say it's actually a pleasure having Julian, because he's very thoughtful and considered in his questions.
All right. you two could probably take this on after the meeting, if that's all right.
We perhaps better carry on this outside the chamber.
It's absolutely fine that you share your admiration for each other post the meeting. The rest of us don't have to listen to it then. Thank you very much. Okay, we've done obviously item 18, so we have item 19, which is the annual report of the portfolio holder for culture and digital, which is Councillor Robert Macy. Councillor Macy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to present the annual report for the portfolio of culture and digital. This report highlights the significant progress we've made over this last year. In IT and technology, we've enhanced our cyber security, improved our operational performance, and we're embracing new technologies like artificial intelligence. Notable achievements include the implementation of Microsoft Autopilot and our participation in the local Digital Cyber Fund. Our data and business intelligence efforts have advanced performance management and developed comprehensive dashboards across various service areas. These tools support data-driven decisions aligned with the Shropshire Plan. Our digital initiatives are helping to bridge the digital divide. We continue the digital skills programme supporting excluded residents. Our collaboration with Age UK in the Digital Inclusion Network, where we are working with partners to identify exclusion and the practical measures we can all take to address this. On the infrastructure front, Connecting Shropshire has achieved 99% superfast broadband coverage, and the new government initiative has increased gigabit-capable broadband access to 65%, and we're playing our part as a supportive, critical friend. Our involvement in the River Severn Partnership Advanced Wireless Innovation Region and the 5G mobile network pilot in Shrewsbury demonstrates our commitment to improving connectivity. In culture, leisure and tourism, we've made significant contributions to community wellbeing and economic growth. The vibrant Shropshire Cultural Compact engaged over 100 partners and secured £160,000 in funding for community cultural projects. These projects enhance health, well-being and local economies. Not to forget the new Whitchurch Leisure Centre, which remains on time and on budget. Our holiday activities and food programme supports families with children on free school meals, providing nutritious meals and fun activities during the school holidays. The programme's been vital. The Armed Forces Community Outreach Project received national recognition and continues to support service members transitioning to civilian life, enhancing their health and well-being. In tourism, we've secured funding for a visitor economy project aimed at improving the visitor experience and stimulating economic growth. Initiatives include developing an accessibility toolkit, updating the Great Outdoors website, and forming a local visitor economy partnership with Telford. Our theatres, museums and archives have also seen impressive achievements. Theatre 7 in the Old Market Hall nearly reached pre-pandemic attendance levels, and Shrewsbury Museum and Art Gallery celebrated its 10th anniversary with a 14% increase in visitors. New agreements with Find My Past and Ancestry.com have expanded our archives reach and also generated revenue. We've focused on delivering what Shropshire people want and need. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our staff, local Shropshire councillors, town and parish councils, voluntary groups and residents for their incredible work and support. Your contributions have been invaluable in achieving these milestones. Looking ahead, we remain committed to aligning our services with the Shropshire Plan, maximising the digital service benefits and embracing innovative approaches. Together we can continue to seize the opportunities that benefit our county. Thank you.
Okay, I have had a few people indicate. I have Rob Wilson, Ruth Houghton and Viv Parry. So, Rob.
Thank you. At the end there you said providing residents with the services that they want and need. One of the big issues in Shrewsbury is provision of swimming in the town centre, and there is no mention of that going forward. There is mention of the repairs to the quarry pool, but nothing about provision of swimming in the town centre going forward. So if you'd like to comment on that, please.
Thank you. Ruth?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to use this opportunity as a bit of a shout-out, really, for Bishop's Castle, in that under the points under the community partnerships around Spark, there are a group of fundraisers and trustees, including myself, who are challenged to raise £250,000 and have so far raised 160 in 7 months. Having said that, it really underlines the importance of of having a swimming pool in rural areas, because a week on Sunday there will be a local person from Bishop's Castle swimming in the Olympics who learned to swim at Bishop's Castle. So it's a plug really for rural pools and a swimming provision across the county. Thank you.
Not really something you want to see in a pool, is it? A plug? Sorry. We've been in here a long time. I'm almost minded to take a break in a minute, but I think I'd be lynched. So, okay, Viv.
Just a quick one. Do we still support the assembly rooms in Ludlow as a council? I don't know whether we do or not. We never get anything from the assembly rooms, so...
Hey, ask the local member. Okay. I'm sure somebody can get you an answer for that post the meeting. Sorry, yeah, I didn't see your hand there. Off you go. Go on.
Just very briefly.
Rachel.
Thank you. I really welcome the fact that the statistics say that the use of libraries and events in libraries has increased and is continuing to increase, which is really positive. I have a couple of little bit of concern, and I hope I'm going to be proved wrong. Microphone on. Sorry, it's late. Really pleased to hear about the libraries continuing to increase in usage, and but just a little concern about voice bots. I hope I'm going to be proved wrong, but I do think there's an awful lot of people in Shropshire that might find it difficult when ringing Shropshire Council with these chatbots and the AI, but obviously it's a new thing, so I just have to watch this space. Thank you.
Okay. Robert.
Okay, thank you. Just on swimming in the town centre, I'll reiterate the statements I made previously where I've been quite clear on this, we are currently in the process of developing proposals up at the Sundawn for the new competition pool up there. Once they reach an advanced stage, then we will move on to look at the options around the quarry, and previously I've said I'm not going to be making any further commitments until we get to that stage, so that remains the position. In terms of rural swimming pools, yes, great. As you say, Spark is doing a great job, and it's a good example of what we can do together with other partners in the county. Just looking at libraries, obviously it's very hard to mention in the brief 23-page report over all the different things, all the different parts of this, but libraries continue to go from strength to strength, and seeing that return in visitors, and we're looking to develop those further. And in terms of the voice bots that you refer to in there, the example is given around that they were used recently for the general election, where normally we would have taken on additional staff to deal with those inquiries. Actually, 30% of the inquiries were dealt with by the automated phone lines. At the moment, those are rolling out for those simple sort of inquiries where you can get those answers yourself. It's not precluding you getting through to somebody if you've got a more advanced query. It's just trying to take those simple queries out where people then don't have to wait on the line. They can get the answer they need, or they can report what they need to, and that will come through into the system. But obviously, if there's a more complicated query, they can get through to somebody if they need to. So that's the sort of services that we're looking to roll out to people to make it more convenient for them and for help us deal with the demand in the system. So,
thank you. Done with 8 minutes left. Well done. Okay, we don't need to vote on this. It's just for members to note, which I think we've all done. And item 20, which is the final item, is the report of the Shropshire and Wrekin Fire and Rescue Authority. So I'm going to invite Councillor Kevin Pardee to present the report and move that it be received and agreed. Councillor Pardee.
Well, I won't take long. It's a short report, and I should think most people have read it, so it's pretty straightforward. I'd just like to, some of the new people might not, new members might not understand how it works. Councillor Richard Overton is a Telford councillor, as is Gemma Offland, so it's a shared authority. Councillor Gemma Offland has been appointed as a Fire Authority's Quality and Diversity Manager. Because I stood down, I looked at this. I've always been involved in equality and diversity, but I looked at the committee. They're all white, male and female. It was not diverse enough, so I asked Gemma if she'd come in, because she has a disability, and I think at least that's a token gesture on this committee. But I'd just like you to accept this report as it is. Thank you.
No, I'm sure members are happy to know, and well done you. Okay, well, just before I call a close to the meeting, this is the last meeting before the August break, although I know that, like myself, a lot of people's feet will still be going underwater a lot. I hope you all have safe journeys home and happy summer holidays with your families, and see you at the next meeting. Stay safe, everybody, and thank you.